Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. Hope you guys are doing well. It's been a day. I'm a little tired, but we're all good. We're all good. It's just mental, a little bit of mental tired. So yeah, we'll get back in the swing of things quickly here. But as you guys do file in, please hit the like button on the stream. Really helps out. Share where applicable. If you guys feel like you guys know some cool cats that would enjoy this stream, then please share away. And then let's see. You're in a meeting, so you can only see chat. Oh, okay. Well then, here I can. I'll answer that. Okay. Cool. I will chat along with you, JK. Wow, that's a swimming start to a show. How the heck is PepTalks? You know what? PepTalks is good. No, I'm doing all right, guys. I don't know. I got that like weird mental haze today, and it has nothing to do with the usual suspects. It's just PepTalks, the text adventure. Exactly. Actually, it's funny. Honeybee hasn't streamed in a long time, but she used to do that where she would actually do work streams where she would just take them. She would make sure that the mic was not even optional, and she would just chat while doing her work. Honestly, that's the stuff that made me a little upset because I'm just like, dude, what the heck? There are a lot of people coming in just to watch somebody work. I saw another stream that was like that. Yesterday, somebody was just restreaming the Fox stream from the protests, which that was insane. Just gonna say, the fact that some of these channels can just get away with that is just crazy to me. But whatever. I ain't a rat, so go ahead, get that bag. Cool. Watch Faces by. Don't even know what you're talking about, but Geigen, I appreciate you. I actually love me some Godzilla. Got the Rodan Bats Maru today, so I was a happy pep. If you guys don't know, Rodan is one of my favorite kaiju that is not Godzilla. Probably because it was the first monster movie that I ever watched that wasn't Godzilla. But yeah, I love some Rodan, and Bats Maru is also pretty cool when it comes to the Hello Kitty verse. So, elite ball knowledge. So wait. Now we switch from Godzilla to Pokemon? Man. You need her. People got to be careful about a bunch of people got fired for streaming their work. Oh, really? Oh, no way. So people actually... Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, because she never showed what she did or anything like that. It wasn't like she did anything. She would just put on a video. While she would be working, you'd occasionally just see her look up and go and then type in chat. Yeah, where? Well, weird. Maybe that's what happened, because I don't know. She didn't get banned from Twitch, but I don't know. She just disappeared from Twitch one day. So. But that is the way of streaming sometimes, where, you get to this point where you feel like you might as well just go get another job, if you're doing it to try and supplement income, which sucks because it's that little taste of, you're living your dream, and then it just can go away, which I don't know, man. That does suck. But that's also why I say make sure that you guys Follow me on all the platforms that I'm on, and that includes soon, possibly X. We're still figuring that one out. I'm going to talk to a few more people before I make that final call. Because it's another subscription I got to pay for. I don't really want to. I don't use X in a way where I don't care about ads. I don't care about any of that shit. I don't want priority access. I don't care. I just don't care. I want people to know that I'm streaming, that my stream is live, and occasionally just be like, hey, here's a retweet. Let's try and get some attention. But dude, the attention economy sucks. It is just so freaking daunting and just, ugh. I hate it. I hate it. Like, I see the way that people try to go viral still. Like, occasionally I will get the non-political, short or video, and it'll just remind me of just, like, the clout chasing that people do, the fact that, like, people are just looking for that viral moment, people doing really dumb shit. And then what really bothers me is the ones that do go mega viral, where you're just like, wait, I've been had. Like, I watched this happened just like 2 days ago, where I watched an 8-second clip, and I was just like, okay, what happened? Uh-oh. Hold on. Having an internet hiccup. I just lost my horizontal stream. That's weird. Huh. Hold on, guys. Oh, we're back. Okay. Oh, I know what happened. Okay. This is an OBS problem. Alrighty, hold on. I gotta turn this off. Everyone wants to be the next Mr. Beast. Why? Who wants to be the next Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast works really hard. He does. Like, he's always... See, I don't want to be a content creator where everything I do has to then be content. I was doing that, like, at certain points where I would be, like, I would plan to go to a restaurant, and I would know, like, I would go, oh, well, this is in an area that would be awesome to stream in. And, yeah, it's just, I can't do that shit, dude. I really can't. There's nothing, like, worse than when I'm with, like, my wife or when I'm with some friends, and I get that where I'm like, okay, write people's names, and you'll get 1,500 people watching. Write people's names. Just write people's names. Really? Well, should I just retitle my stream, I Will Write Your Name? I don't know. Maybe we'll do a test stream coming up here where we do, like, some of the clickbaitiest clickbait. I'll register as ASMR. Here, actually, I'll do that right now on Twitch. Because Twitch, I won't get in trouble for that. Here, I do need to do this since I'm talking politics. Let's do news, politics, 420 ASMR. There we go. Let's see. Hey, I talk into a microphone. People might like my voice, so they listen for the ASMR, or I could just do my Bob Ross impression into the microphone. Welcome to the stream, everybody. You're listening to Pep Ross over here. I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for being wonderful people. But now we're going to go paint some happy clouds. Maybe a little happy tree will pop up, and maybe some wonderful, luscious mountains. All right, let's get to work. Hermit, I totally watch. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Yeah, people would probably watch me work if I was on camera. Yeah, no, for real. It is weird how many people do watch, like, people just doing their jobs. If you're ASMR, do you have to do your the NPR voice the whole time? Welcome to Pep Talks. You're listening to WPEP Chicago. I welcome everybody in here. It is 2:12 and it's 78 degrees here in Chicago. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful day. Let's get to the news. There's a lot of watchmakers already. Watchmakers. Wait, there's watchmaker streams? God damn it, dude. Like, every once in a while, it does make me just go, like, what am I doing? I'm trying to do this the most honest way possible by tagging myself into politics and news, which I shouldn't be doing that. And honestly, I shouldn't be titling my stuff like with Trump and all this stuff. I should just be like, it happened again. I should just go clickbait of all clickbaits. Actually, should I just do that today? Should I just like title it, "He did it"? People have done some crazy ASMR. Pep should do Macho Man ASMR. That would do well, I think. Man, I'll toy with. I'll toy. I don't know, man. This is definitely. If you're a wait. People have done some crazy ASMR. Oh wait. Okay, hold on. That's happening again. Chat is doubling up. Turn this off. Okay, there we go. Do we got the mods? Well, I mean, you know how it is here. We occasionally people come in here and they're just like, "Is everybody a mod?" Bye. This channel is too well regulated. I don't like that. Chronoglide. Wait, Chronoglide is a good one. Wait, Chronoglide. Like is he like a watchmaker YouTuber? Like, oh man. My YouTube, I can't, the problem is I can't really screw with my YouTube too much. Because yeah, if I go too far off my like political algorithm, I'll run into some problems. So yeah, let's not do that. Macho Man Pep commentating on wrestling vids, but ASMR would be funny and niche. Yeah, that actually would be. I might be able to do that over on Twitch. We'll see. I don't know. I am open to doing more and trying some new things because yes, YouTube's new way of handling this kind of stuff is not going to really benefit me that much. It's not going to benefit any of us that are in these political spaces. This goes for Republicans too. Unfortunately, you know, the right wing is like, they just want us to disconnect. I think because right wingers are coming to terms with the fact that Trump is a failure, so they don't want that out there. Like, dude, this regime is super fucking oppressive when it comes to free speech. I mean, we're gonna look back at this and we're gonna be like, oh yeah, they were attacking free speech for the entire 4 years. Etch, we're talking about Pep selling out efficiently. I mean, yeah. I mean, if there is an efficient way to do so, like, let's see. Because we talked about this a little bit yesterday, where, like, I considered it selling out a little bit if I'm going to go pay to play over on frickin' Twitch, where it's just like, or Twitter, you know, like, because I have a theory about this, and you know what, I haven't signed any contracts with these guys, so I'll just say, my theory about X is that it's botted to hell. And that, like, you're essentially paying for view bots without paying for view bots. Because if you're not signing the contract for, like, getting view bots exclusively, then yeah, it doesn't, then, you know, your conscience is clear, and I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I also don't really know how the fuck it works. How in the hell can you explain that, like, any stream that you watch on YouTube or Twitch, like your average streamer has over 100 live viewers on Twitter? Like, that's just, yeesh. Man, I am bitchy today. I'm in a mood. All right, let's see. Where are we? We're close to that 20-minute mark. Let's celebrate and get me out of this funk. Because, man, yeah, I don't know. I had time to think about it today, and then I kind of dwelled on it a little bit too much. There's valuable sponsor advertising space on the side of that microphone. I have turned down a few opportunities. I had a sponsorship opportunity that I was not feeling, and it was for a product that honestly I use, which I used to think, like, oh, as long as I use the product, but nah, dude, it's too much right now. Like, and it's not that much money off the table. Like, say, for instance, this channel does hit to where I'm like 100,000 subs, you know, a man can dream. If that were the case, then yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. And And then just realistically, because like I hate the fact that I'm so new and like my channel is so small that they treat me as a, oh, well, we'll help you. And then they totally just abuse it. Like, I don't know. Careful with those types of deals, guys. I'll just say there's a lot of people out there that are ready to take advantage of up-and-coming streamers or new streamers. They will actually, Jess, I'm glad you're here, because they will specifically target new channels that just got affiliate on YouTube and on Twitch. Like they're pretty egregious about what they do. So just watch out for that kind of stuff. I'll make you a star, kid. Yeah, they always kind of pull, like, I kind of talked about it a little bit, where there's this other project where they're trying to get they want me to sign away my stuff. Like, they essentially want to use my stuff just to fill, like, time, but they're not paying me. And I'm just like, no, fuck you. Like, I don't care if this was a bigger platform, I'd still say no. No, I'm at a point where it's like my content and my time is worth money. If in that case, like, seriously, like that kind of, it's so fucking predatory, guys. Like, let's call it what it is. It's very, very, very predatory. Yeah, piss on that. Exactly. Like, it's honestly, I kind of thought about this. They got some nerve going to other, like, streamers and just being like, well, we're trying to build this political YouTube experiment. And then I found out that there's no redirect either. They get the view, like, any of the views that they get on that platform do not get redirected to my YouTube. And I was just like, what? So, what is this exactly? Like, I don't think so, dude. So yeah, that's where I'll just say not cool. But that's what I have been dealing with on this wild road that is content creation. I need funding. That's all I care about right now. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. You need you need funding, but there's a lot that goes with that. The problem is, like, technically, yeah, it could be a scam. So sounds like some vibe coded scam. Yeah. People are stingy. Pay for the content if you want to use it. Well, and that was the thing that got me when I brought that up. I was just like, well, so you're not paying me, you're using my content, and I don't get the views. Where exactly is the incentive for me to do this? Yeah. I think, and the other thing is, dude, they think because I'm a nice guy, like, oh my god, they really think I'm a sucker. So, baby, whatever. What up, baby? How you doing? You're up to 75 followers on Twitch, but you're lacking subs. You're going to for a while. Don't rely on sub revenue. That first little, I was gonna say, I didn't want to be mean, but that you actually had an impressive first wave there, but I'll be honest, even with what I got I'm almost at 650. I'm lucky if I break like $100 a month from Twitch. So it is whatever. That's why honestly I would love to get some subs, like, returning, and yeah, because that's the biggest thing with like Twitch, man. I don't know, like, if you guys knew that the subs actually pay out. Hell yeah. What is it? Transpath, right? Yeah, Transpath. I remember. What's the jersey? It's my old team jersey from when I was playing hockey. It was the, well, second to last team I played for. But yeah, I like that jersey. That's why it's there. Also, yeah, reminds me of good times But I'm at that point with hockey where it's kind of like when I was skateboarding. You just kind of reach a point where you realize that you got kind of lucky escaping with all of your bone, like, because I never broke a bone. So the fact that I was a skateboarder and I also played hockey and I somehow escaped both of those without ever breaking a bone. Yeah. Done and done. Nice. Ghost Train is entering the station. Hell yeah, Ghost Train. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Hope you had a safe trip. You don't make anything on this endeavor. No, like, that's the thing. That's what I don't like about, like, the way that they kind of treat new creators. Like, if you're a new creator and you have, like, a certain amount of subs or, like, a certain amount of people that watch you daily, it should just go without saying that they should give pushes. Like, right now, I am reading 0 concurrent viewers again on YouTube. Yay. That's awesome. Here, let's see. If I actually refresh this too, it's going to do it's saying the same thing. Like, this is what's really fucked up about this. I'm calling this out because YouTube can seriously get fucked when it comes to this stuff, because they act like, oh, oopsie, it's a glitch on our end, but it's not OBS. It's not OBS. This is on YouTube side. Like, this is from YouTube Studio. So YouTube Studio has a glitch. They call it a view glitch. It's actually very, like, this affects everybody. But the problem is they don't adjust it in your analytics. So you will literally lose, like, it'll register as you had 0 viewers, even though you have like 18 or whatever. Or is YouTube being itself? No, YouTube's being itself, but that's why I'm just calling it out, and I'm just like, nah, you know what? I'm so sick of this. I really am. I'm at that point too, where I finally kind of, yeah. Finally. No, I'm just back at it. I'm back to that point where I'm just like, God damn it, YouTube. Why do you have to be such a trash platform? Going back to the idea where it's like, yeah, no, there should be alternative platforms, but let's be real. That's just not, like, why can't we expect more from $1 billion platform? It's insane. It's insane. Like what I was just about to say. It's insane how they can make so much money off small creators, because the second that you get monetized, of course they're gonna, like, of course you're gonna put ads on your videos, which that also hurts you. Like, that's the thing. You have to play it, like, because most people will watch smaller creators because they're not gonna get, layered ad breaks. Most demoralizing thing I've seen is this thing that a child star called a child a slur, got hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm not able to even, yeah. No, that's exactly what it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you just need to go and you need to go viral for being just the worst person ever, and then have a bunch of, people that feel like they need to support bad people. Yeah, no, that shit is still wild to me. That lady in Minnesota that literally called an autistic black child a fucking slur. Like, multiple slurs, by the way. Yeah, that was crazy. But, alright, that's it. You know what? Let's do this. There. Let's see. Clickbait all the fucking way. I just renamed the stream. He did it. Or wait, what was it? It happened. Trump did it. Let's just see. I'm getting over this. Let's see what they reward today. Yeah, that kind of stuff is effed up. No, it's completely effed up. Like I said, dude, like they take advantage of people wanting to try this and like wanting to put their stuff out there and wanting to actually, try being content creators. But this is where, how many content creators have you watched that just quit? Because they can, and like, these are content creators that were almost, Visora's a good example of this. Visora had over 1,000 on Twitch. She was doing pretty well on YouTube, but realistically, it's not enough to pay your bills and expenses. So you have to, like, It's not fair. It's not fair when you have this payout structure too, where it's like they're taking 40%, but realistically, guys, like this is the shit where it gets a little wonky, and this is where, you start talking about onions, onions. You know what I'm talking about with the U. I want to be careful here. The opposite of what I thought was going to happen. Now I just get told I'm not official enough because I'm not a 501c3, even though I have an EIN number and have all my paperwork filed. Damn. I have 6 viewers on Twitch or on YouTube. I don't know. Now 10. I honestly don't know because I can't. It's not registering. YouTube's analytics are telling me that I got 0 people watching me right now. So that's awesome. Come on, YouTube. Like, what are you doing? Like, is that really what we're doing here? Because, all right. How many other people actually, like, call this shit out as it goes? This shit is hard. Oh, it's dumb. No, it's stupid. Like, this is why I just talked to you guys about it, because you know what? Screw it. Like, I'm trying my best, but let's just put it this way. If I'm not quite breaking out, think of how hard it is for anybody else. And this is, like, realistic, too. I've only been doing this for 2 years. I'm already at the, like, point that I am, which I've been told that statistically that's an anomaly in itself, which that bothers me. It's just, why? What is this? Like, why is it so hard to get, like, some algorithmic love? And then you, like, just see the other side of it where, like, this is where I kind of get, like, the feeling that I'm getting fucked for being a team player. So I try to get you guys to pay through YouTube. I try to get the super chats, and like I said about the agent thing. But then I see another, like, creator that has a website that redirects all of their views and all of their money away from YouTube. Like, and they get reward, like, whatever, man. So is it good numbers for 2 years or bad? It's actually really good. No, I'm actually doing very well for 2 years on YouTube. Like, I know Christina, she told me, like, it took her, like, a little bit to get to that point. Similar trajectory, though. But yeah, like, there are other creators on this space that have the opposite thing, where they've told me that, like, Dieter, I think, actually said it on my show, where he's like, he's been doing this for 5 years and he can barely cross that, 1,000. I'll be honest, the biggest thing I think that they reward is consistency. Is if you stream consistently and you're there at the same time almost every day, they will eventually kind of reward you for it. But I'm not feeling it from YouTube itself. Like, I'm gonna just say, this is very much a viewer funded show. Like, you guys are, like, this is why I'm able to do this. So I will also say thank you, like, a sincere thank you for everybody that has supported the show, and gotten me to where I am. So, Ken, what up? I saw that you, also popped in over on Twitch. Congratulations on your 81 or 82, view streak. Hermit, what are you on, 150 something or 160 something? Man, I still can't believe you guys are, like, you have that streak of watching every stream. That's crazy to me, man. But congratulations. You are so nice. Now 10. No, I can see it 11. Oh. You can see it? Oh, okay, cool. Well, baby, I appreciate you saying that I'm nice. Yeah, if you haven't actually, like, subbed over on YouTube, please consider doing so. Also, if you haven't already followed me on Twitch, I would consider doing that. What kind of concert only costs 50 cents? Or 45 cents? Oh, a 50-cent concert featuring Nickelback. Hilarious. Quite funny. Sorry for the bitch fest, but yeah, not really feeling positive about what I'm trying to build right now. Well, go ahead and bitch away. hopefully I can maybe bring you back into feeling a little bit better about it. I mean, let's put it this way. The fact that you just started your channel and you already made affiliate, like, what, you haven't even been there a month? Yeah, trust me. That in itself is impressive. This is where I have to be real about this, and this is where I was saying about, like, no, I have 3,000 subs over, or, yeah, 3,000 subs over on YouTube. Then I got, what, 650 over on Twitch? Twitch, I've not even been there 2 years. So yeah, like, it is actually fucking wild, like, to really think about. But it's also wild when I talk to normies or, like, people that are thinking about starting, like, content creation, how unrealistic they are about what it is. I can't tell you how many times I've had to explain to people that I do not get paid per view. I have had to explain to people that you don't actually get paid, like, by view at all. That's not how it works, which is stupid. I've had to explain that, yes, they can arbitrarily change the, like, what's the word I'm looking for? They kind of set the bar higher and higher every single time. Like, they just did it again. Apparently, you need to have over 8,000 watch hours of shorts. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but that's not really going to help anybody at all. Ever. So, it'll help. I mean, the established creators, I think that they'll be just fine, but, yeah. Grace said I told Pep that he needs to bedazzle you a Menards bag or something. Or that you need, yeah, I was about to say, you need to do that. I will not be bedazzling a Menards bag. But yes, Vampire Gracie, if you want some Menards merch ever, you know. Yeah, Man Carrying Thing did a video. Yeah, no, I watched it on stream yesterday. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. It is very dumb. It was one of, like, the sadder things that I watched about, like, how they are going to 8K hours of less than a 3-minute clip. What is that math? Oh, again, you gotta, at this point, you have to have millions of people viewing your stuff on the shorts feed. But then they're like, Man Carrying Thing did the thing where he's just like, oh, well, we are gonna give you more views, but here's the thing. Lives will not play automatically from the thumbnail anymore, so that's bullshit. It's actually worse, and I tested this method yesterday. It's way worse, because before I was getting views for anybody that would hover over my thumbnail for a minute, which realistically, as a creator, that doesn't feel great. That actually, like, it feels fake. Like, I want actual, like, I would love actual fucking numbers as to who's watching me when and what I can do to kind of, you know, increase my viewership. But no, fuck that. Let's just go change everything. Let's not let any of these creators have a plan. That'd be ridiculous. What's their logic? I honestly, I don't know. I don't know what their logic is. I'm not sure if there is any logic there. I can't see where there is any. Like, it doesn't... How the hell does that make any sense, guys? Like, how in the fuck can they constantly do this kind of stuff and then expect people, like creators like myself, to want to, like, create and spend hours creating? You know, like, I kind of get it, man. I kind of get why people just do the fucking the AI method. I kind of get why people do, like, the laziest fucking content, because you know what? It sells and it's fucked up.
At
Thank you for the kind $2 donation. I really appreciate that.
Hope your wife is doing good.
Oh,
Hashtag Menards.
If you didn't know, Unimoogle is my wife in chat, so you were just conversing with her. We got the Stan Man. Let's get him. Yeah, look at that. Anytime you guys make a donation to the stream, the dog gets a treat. Equal to the donation as long as it's within reason. So he gets 2. We got a $2 donation. He gets 2 milk bones. And they're tiny. Look at him. He doesn't like the big ones. It's kind of funny. He's just like, no, I want the bite size. Whoa, almost dropped it. There you go. Gracie, are you from Menard's social media team? I swear, I mean, you really do more promotion in this chat than for that company. $100 for 100 bones. I would do that, but I would have to give it to him throughout the stream. Like, I would literally have to... We would go throughout the hours, and he would probably have to go take a bathroom break in between, so... It's okay, Pep Talks. You're an awesome creator. Maybe you should do, like, mini commercial jokes. I might do that. Use, like, AI to make them. Just try to make people laugh when content gets a little dark. That's not a bad idea. I mean, I could definitely start working on some stuff like that. Matt with 2 T's regarding AI. If dildos couldn't have... Wait, if dildos couldn't have ears, explains Stephen Nosferatu Miller. I still think that he looks like an anal polyp. After I saw somebody literally put up a picture of what an anal polyp looks like, I was like, it's uncanny. He literally looked like his neck and his, like, the way that his neck folds, like, into his head, and, like, and it's just perfectly, oh my god, like, he looks like an anal polyp. Just saying. But also, what's up, Matt? Good to see you. Aw, Stan the man. Yeah, he's doing good, man. Look at him. Big old smile on his face. He really does. Can you guys not? You guys see him? Look at him. Look at that big ass smile. He is very, very content right now. Together is a Wait, Together? Wait, isn't that movie where, like, it's like not James Franco. It's the little Franco. Little Franco and his, like, wife, Allison Brie, like, where they, like, I don't know, they start, like, meshing into each other, and, like, it's, I don't know, it's like body horror or whatever. But either way, like, Bison Yeet socks on sale. Yeah, I don't see. The problem is, guys, the writing, the bits like that stuff. My show, like, there's a reason that Howard Stern and, like, these radio shows are able to do what they do, because they have production teams. I have a job on top of doing this and don't have a production team. This is why I don't have my clips out there. This is why I don't do shorts. I was just explaining, this is why I'm not able to do, like, the content on the, like, this is just the reality of it, guys. I'm just kind of bitching because this is how it is in content creation, and not enough people do, like, let you know the less sexy sides of this shit. If anything, they go out of their way to hide this stuff, which I think is ridiculous. Like Dave Franco, yes, Dave Franco. I don't know, calling him Little Franco, I think that kind of works. But yeah, this is why I have been a major advocate for making sure that you guys are out there hitting that like button and doing all the free stuff that you can for content creators, because, dude, it's already hard enough out there. Although I had an embarrassing moment the other day where I realized that I didn't follow Alex on Twitter, and he was just like, hey, what the fuck, man? It's just like, oh, my bad. It's not like I use it, so. T-shirt meme idea, picture of Colorado guy, front, you're mean too. Wait, what happened? Hey, Rebecca, welcome to the show. Nothing happened, I'm having a little moment where YouTube is YouTubing. You know, we have another creator in here, Jess, who just kind of she's new to creation. And I'll just say it, like, it's silly. I'll share you on my TikTok. I appreciate that. Yeah, share my clips on TikTok, guys. You have my permission if you guys want to, like, clip my stuff and share that to TikTok. That's fine. I've provided the ability for you guys to, you know, do, like, what is it called? Fuck. I think you can just, is it clipping? It's not clipping. It's something else. Remix. It's called Remix. Okay, so yeah, you guys can remix some of my content. creation starts at the sock. But no, guys, like for real, like if you guys have favorite content creators out there, even some of the bigger ones, man, like some of the bigger ones are, I've noticed, like, you know, they're going the way of the Ben Shapiro, where it's just like, people, I do know that people's like tastes change, but also I have noticed that people they're going towards more authentic creators. Like they're going towards people like myself who are just sick of doing the fucking like eggshell game, who just don't care. And Linus Tech Tips, I unsubbed from Linus Tech Tips a while ago. I don't know. I got sick of them. Yeah, there were a few of those guys where I don't know. Sneaker creation, minds out of the gutter, people. Yeah. Exactly, sneaker creation. Matt. That was a long way to go for that one. But yeah, guys. This is just your last reminder. Like the videos and the live feeds of your favorite creators, because you know what? It is the only way that they can even get out there and possibly make some money. But there's also this unsaid, you know what? Let's talk about the unspoken thing, where you have a lot of people that are very, very okay with the idea of just getting that content for free, but also like they feel better because they know that content creator makes less than them. I've done that. I've caught myself doing that, where I'm just like, oh, I like this person because I know I made a little bit more and I had a more comfortable life. And I was like, that was one of the shittiest ways of thinking of like watching like creators, where I was just like, what the fuck? Instead of looking at it the other way, where it's just like, no, you know, the ones that don't have all the money in the world, they actually, you know, we have an incentive to put out the best version of what we can, you know? So there is that. Authentic is difficult to spot, and I think might be major draw to right-wingers. People confuse being a dick with being authentic. Well, yeah, that's the thing. They're unapologetic in the way that they speak and in the way that they think. And that realistically is why I kind of have that like that summary of myself, where it's like, no, when it comes to this space, I do probably have the most right-leaning, I guess, opinions, because I do kind of have this like, no, fuck you, like, fuck this idea that we need to put up more mental blocks. Like, god damn it, we already can't talk ourselves out of a fucking paper bag, and now you're trying to tell me that we need to, you know, put some more fucking, you know, safe spaces or whatever the hell. I don't know, man. That stuff is annoying. Philip DeFranco is Philip DeFranco is a CIA asset. I don't see how. Why? Just because he kind of started pivoting left with his actual his content, and started covering the news from a more biased perspective, because he finally couldn't pretend that everything was normal. I mean, dude, Philip DeFranco spent the Biden years trying to convince you that, yeah, you know what? I don't like Biden. I don't like the Democrats, which, you know, that's kind of why I watched him, because I took that as like, oh, he's like more left-wing coded. And other right-wingers were just like, no, nah. Phil really is 100. Like, he's what you would consider like a centrist, but like more of a center-right guy, you know, especially when it comes to taxes, and he makes enough money. Like, I don't know. No, because he always supports bombing people in other countries, regardless of party line. He doesn't support that shit. What are you talking about? So that's a hard one to like for you to even prove that he is somehow in favor of bombing people. Philip DeFranco, like, okay, man. Dude, you banned me from your Discord for making a lame Office vegan joke. I didn't ban you from shit, but if one of my mods banned you, then I don't care. Like, the thing is, dude, if you were not being chill in Discord, then you're not for Discord at that point. At least not our Discord. I do reserve the right to stand behind my mods and be like, no, I trust their judgment. So deal with it. Or you could cry some more. Has it worked for you? Bro, his argument is just Trump doing it wrong, but because Trump actually bombed it. Just the way how Trump bombs Iran. That is basically nonsense. What are you talking about? His argument is just that Trump is doing it wrong? What? No, that's not how he's been saying it, but okay. I didn't know you could get banned from Discord. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm banned from the Majority Report Discord. And they haven't let me back, so... It was a response to Latino Mufune's vegan joke. Okay. Phil started center because he was doing news and wanted to be unbiased as possible, but he can't ignore all the BS that's happening anymore and remain unbiased. Well, being unbiased is bullshit in itself. Whenever somebody says that this program or this news program is unbiased, they're right-wing. That's it's right-wing coding, because the thing is, that's their sneaky way of doing it. Like, how many times have you fucking caught somebody where they're like, oh, I'm unbiased, but then when you break down their politics, it turns out that they're a lot more right-wing than you thought. So he supports regime change all the time. No, where the fuck are you talking? What are you talking about? Like, do you have, like, clips or, like, quotes of him saying this shit? Or is this just you pontificating that, like, oh, yeah, Philip DeFranco's, he's a bad guy. He's like, fuck you, you idiot. Like, honestly, you're new here, and I'm usually a lot more, like, nice to people that are new, but god damn it. This fucking nonsense, this conspiracy brain nonsense. I went on the fucking tirade with the Hayden Panettiere thing. Like, I'm so sick of it. No, you know what? Life sucks. Life's boring. People die all the time for no fucking reason. Nothing makes sense. There is no divine guidance. If there was, things might make a little bit more sense, and actually there would be justice, and, I don't know. I would think that the worst people on this planet wouldn't be able to get to the positions of power that they're in, but whatever. Call me naive. I've seen heaps of that since you said it. If someone's issue is that Phil isn't left enough, I could roll with that. The thing is, I don't necessarily care, because I don't need these people to always be a reflection of my politics or what I believe. I think I covered that yesterday, where I was like, you guys, like, everybody needs to calm down with that bullshit. Otherwise, you're never going to be happy with anybody. What up, Unlisted World? Good to see you. How you been, man? I've had, I don't know, it was weird. I had like I just had that thing where I was starting the show and I just kind of felt my brain go like, maybe that's what... I'm getting to that point of burnout, which I need to be careful with. So, yeah, tomorrow's going to be 50-50. I might just take the day. I don't have anything planned, and that's kind of the bitch of it is, I don't know. Because I got the panel show tomorrow, so, but yeah. If there's Just God, Heroes would have stopped if there was a Just God, Heroes would have stopped after Season 2. After Season 2, it should have stopped after Season 1. Just leave it at the cliffhanger. That's kind of how I do it. Like, I've rewatched Heroes Season 1 probably like 4 or 5 times. Just because it's that good, but I cannot stand any season past that. It just falls apart, man. And like, the problem is, it becomes exactly what you don't want it to be. The nice part about Heroes was the fact that it wasn't comic booky. The fact that it was like, oh my god, like, the premise was so cool. What if your average person just started getting superpowers? That's cool as shit. It was like X-Men just done better. But yeah, and then Sylar, like, he's one of, like, the best villains on TV. And, like, the thing that they kind of did in, what was it, season 3 or 4? Like, they ruined his motivations. Like, God. But, yeah, either way. I liked her as the healing factor character. And I liked how they kept, like, the whole thing was to keep her away from Sylar so Sylar could not become a healer. So, anyone watched the show Silo? No, I've never even heard. Silo. Huh. What's it? Is it what I think it's about? it's kind of like Fallout, just less Fallouty. Yeah, they made him good. That's what happened. Yeah, that's right. He turned into a good guy. Yeah. Oh, he just had he was just misunderstood. It's like, nah, dude. He like totally like took out a whole cast of characters that, yeah. Purple Man was a great villain too. Purple Man is one of the most underrated comic villains in all of Marvel, but yeah, I was glad to see David Tennant rock that. Yeah, he didn't get enough love though, because I think that Purple Man should have been in the newest season of Daredevil. It would have made some things make sense. But, nah. Same with Typhoid Mary. I thought that Typhoid Mary was not used properly in the Was it Defenders? I think it was Defenders. It was either that or Iron Fist, but yeah, Typhoid Mary was not done properly. Kind of sucked. But same both sides. With Palestine is pro-Israel. It has its own bias. Yeah, but the thing about the Free Palestine crowd right now is that they're not like. What really pisses me off is how now it is kind of empty in some regards, because what we're not doing is we're not trying to stop what they are doing in our name. You understand that Jared Kushner and like the Trump administration is doing exactly what they said they were going to do? Like, we all laughed at that AI image of like, the casinos on the beachfront. No, they're doing it right now. As we speak, there are bulldozers just pushing rubble that is mixed with human remains out from those areas so they can start rebuilding. The problem is I've had a lot of disingenuous people come at me saying like, well, it is actually like, it's better. It's actually better for them. It's not the perfect solution, but it's a better one. At least like they're going to have places to like live. It's like, they'll have places to work. And by work, I mean literally work for slave wages, and they're going to be told, oh, we rebuilt this. You should be happy. Like, dude, it's the worst case scenario. It really was from the very, very beginning. So, Matt, duty calls. Have a great day. You have yourself a great day there, Matt, with 2 T's. I will talk at you later, brother. Okay, unmuting stream. Yay! Oh. I didn't realize I was spoiling stuff. My bad. Yeah, I forgot. All right, every once in a while I will talk about something that's been out for long enough where I just assumed everybody's seen it. I'll try and be better with that. Televani, what's up? Yeah, I kind of forgot to hit you up. It was kind of funny. I was like a half hour from starting stream, and I was just like, crap. I didn't even want to bother you with the thumbnail, so got a pretty basic one today. It looks all right though. Tomorrow though, or Friday, you just expect me to hit you up. You are fine. No, cool. Appreciate it. There needs to be an agreed upon statute of limitations for spoilers. There should be. I think there should be. Like, if it's been a year since something came out, I'm sorry. No, you can make the time. Like, Lanterns. I watched Lanterns last night. I'll say this much. I'm very glad that I didn't have anything spoiled for me, so I will not be spoiling anything. I'll just say it was very, very good as a Green Lantern fan. And as a Green Lantern fan that was really turned off by the Ryan Reynolds movie, this was a apology, and it kind of made me go, oh, you know what? I feel like busting out some old Green Lantern comics, because now I'm back to that, where I'm like, all right, cool, because the Green Lantern lore is really, really cool. So, but yeah, I think that a year if once it's past a year, just let them fly. Again, it's like people that are just like, spoiler alert for Endgame, where it's just like, dude, that came out, what, 6 years ago? I will forget spoilers because my memory... Oh, see, I love this. I love that about me, too. Yeah, my memory sucks so bad that I have watched movies where I'm like, I know I've seen this movie, but I don't remember a damn thing about it. So... which core is your favorite? What do you mean, which core? Oh, which Green Lantern core? It's technically CORPS, but you know what? I'm gonna be boring. I actually like the Green Lantern core because willpower that's cool as fuck. It's better than fear. I go Red Lanterns after that, but I don't like the fact that you essentially have to die to become a Red Lantern-ish. It's weird, because technically you would think that all the Red Lanterns would automatically become Black Lanterns, because technically, like, your blood leaves your body to become the ring. Like, I don't know. It's been a while since I've read the, like, the whole Spectrum War thing. I forgot what the fuck that was even called. But yeah, it was essentially Sinestro starts the Sinestro core, which is the yellow battery people. I don't know. Dark got so tedious to get through. Dark is a great show, but yeah, it is tedious. I'm glad that it's over. When you get to the end of it, it's really cool, though. Dark is one of those shows I would actually recommend. Just watch, like, the first season, even, and then you can just go spoil the rest of it. I don't know. There are some parts of me that I kind of wish I would have just not committed as much time as I did. The problem also is it's not dubbed well. So, like, watching the sub is... I don't know why, but I could watch Japanese stuff with subtitles, no problem. But Dutch, anything with the Dutch language, and the saddest part is I'm technically Dutch. So, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I did the same. I watched it from beginning to end. Spoilers don't typically... The thing is, okay, so this flies in the face of spoiling something that's been out for over a year, because Dark, being all 5 seasons, I would spoil the first season, but that's it. Everything else I wouldn't spoil. My mom watched Lucifer not knowing it was part of the DC universe. I mean, the show was very, very loosely based on the DC universe thing. Like, they barely used any of the Constantine stuff. Constantine didn't show up, which really pissed me off. Yeah, you have a list of things to watch, but there isn't enough time. Yeah, that's what sucks, is you do realize you just don't have enough time. Although there have been more times recently where I've caught myself watching like I did this the other day. I got off of stream, went upstairs, and I played a Midas Touch video, and I realized, I was like, what am I doing? Like, I really need to get better about not playing political content after I stream. After I get out of here, no politics. I need to really hold to that, because I cover enough politics here, and just, I can't do the one where, like, I can do no politics until I'm on stream, because that would essentially be like no show prep for you. But man, yeah, I gotta get better about that. What's up? You just stared at me. What's up? I hate even trailer spoilers. The problem with trailer spoilers is the fact that they spoil the entire show now. Like, there have been multiple movies where I walked out and I realized I saw the movie. Superman was one of those where I was just like, okay, I saw that entire movie through that trailer, like, or through all the trailers. Like, because the movie is also, like, put together the way that it is, it's edited for TikTok generation, because It is not what I would call the best cohesive movie. It's literally like scene goes to other scene to another scene. Whoa. Yeah, I can't let these kids lose their attention span. What up, Bandit? Good to see you. Welcome in. Listening to Ben Mycelis could put anybody to sleep. The problem is Ben Mycelis has one of those confounding voices. I know I've said it a lot here, but I cannot get over how he will start with a very, very deep voice, and then he'll start talking about Donald Trump is panicking. Oh. Oh, baby. Oh. Oh. I just got an update from one of my neighborhood apps. Apparently somebody hit a cat. It was one of the neighborhood cats. I recognized this one. I had seen it the other day. Fuck, man. I wish more people would not let their cats out like that. It really is just... And I get it. There's the whole argument, yeah, well, you shouldn't, coop them up. It's like, technically, yeah, you should. Just don't declaw them. Pinkerbell, I've taken naps to Pep Stream before. Hey, well, that's great. Wait a minute. All right, there's like something weird about that one where I genuinely am happy that I can help, in your nap time. But I also kind of feel that, like, really? I'm putting you to sleep? Like, crap. I usually pass out to the stream. Well, that's a different story. It's late at night there. Like, if you are doing this at peak time like I am, where it's just, it's freaking 3 p.m. here right now. So, yeah, it's the time zone thing. It is. No, I know. I get it. And I don't fault you for it, man. I walked past a smooshed one on a walk the other day. It ruined your day. Yeah, I actually saw a groundhog in the street today. That also broke my heart. I don't know, guys. Like, I constantly get these reminders that humanity sucks, and that's one of them. Where it's just like, dude, animals, and this is why I think I have the connection with animals that I do, is that I understand that, like, you want true innocence. That's true innocence right there, where it's just they don't get it. They don't get anything but just responding to the external, like, world around them. Like, yes, obvious. It's the same thing with, like, humans. There are some dogs out there where I hate to admit it, where it's like, some of them cannot be saved. But it's not like the pit bull thing. I hate that. I hate how, like, pit bulls are some of the sweetest goddamn dogs I've ever fucking, like, been in contact with. It just sucks when you do run into a dog that is, a breed like that is also improperly trained. I mean, shit, there's one. Only time that I've ever had to run from a dog, it was a pit bull. But the guy's, like, he's sucking on us. Like, me and my buddy went to go pick up. And, yeah, we should have known it was sketch from the beginning. Because the guy was, like, being really weird about it. And then when we were looking at the bag, he was just like, all right, go, get off my property. And we were like, what? He's like, I will sick my dogs on you if you don't leave right now. We're like, dude. Like, and my buddy was about to say it too, where he's just like, I don't think that this is actually, like, stuff. It's like, never go to China with your dogs? That is one of the biggest myths ever, by the way. There's certain markets in China, Korea, but realistically, like, this idea that, like, Asian people see dogs and all of a sudden are like, ooh, yum, that's racist as fuck. I'm not okay with that one, Vampire Gracie. Like, that's not even funny. Like, the eating the cats, eating the dog shit, that wasn't even that funny. Because, like, realistically, it caused so much fucking damage to, like, do you understand how many people are suffering right now just because of a fucking dumb joke from a fucking dumb president talking to dumb people. Like, I'm about to go right back into where I was yesterday, where it's just like, guys, I don't want to do this. I don't want to remind you guys just how bad everything is, but fucking A. Like, it is bad out. It's bad. It's bad. You know, people are out there fucking making excuses to continue to just be the worst type of person, so. Dieter, what's up, man? What up, tough guy? Hey, put him up, put him up. Hey, just missed a fun little rant I was just going on. Started the show by going on a rant about how content creation can be its own little bitch and how people really don't understand that when you withhold like the like and the subscribe, how it's just like, dude, that is just, I'm gonna say it's such a dick move, especially if you actually like the content. Yeah, there's like a special place in like content hell for you people. If you're not hitting the like and subscribes on channels that you actually enjoy. Sorry, didn't mean to be mean about it, but Rav, I do that too. I see a turtle in the road and stop and move it unless it's huge. Yeah, same. Yeah, no, I've done that. I have moved turtles before. I've stopped for ducks. I've stopped for geese and helped them along the way. I have found a cat on the road where it was like the worst one where it was already hit, and I stayed with it, and unfortunately, it did not survive. That was one of the saddest days of my life. I was like 17 when that happened. God, did you like Pep's stream? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you know what? The big G. He'll be mad. Speaking of which, more crane videos, please. I actually have one more crane video that I was going to be posting on my shorts coming up here. I did see them again on my walk, so they stopped at a bird feeder. So I think I'll be able to get like 2 or 3 minutes of them just pecking away. You know, it's the mom, the dad, and there were 2 of them. So yeah. Endorsed by the Lord. Dude, could you imagine how pissed off people would be if I did that? Where it's just like, this podcast is endorsed by your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Maybe I should do that. They look like they're house shopping. I swear to God, dude, it's when you see them in real life, like, it's fucking wild how big they are. And like the dad crane at one point, he did his like the wingspan. Those things are like, I don't know, man. Birds that are like the size of people, I have like a different like level of respect for. Get this shit though. I saw in one of like the community pages around Chicago, there was an emu. Is it emu or emu? I think it's emu. But there was an emu that got out of like a pet. It's like this petting zoo place, and he was just walking around the town, and people were just like, "Oh, that's Dave." They knew this emu, and yeah, I don't know, man. Emu's day out. Oh, dude, ostriches scary as fuck. Oh yeah. Yeah, I had this buddy that they had an ostrich farm, and like he would always bring like ostrich eggs and stuff like that to like show and tell. And there was one time where I went over to his farm. He had just built like a half pipe, and it was cool as shit. Like dude, his family had so much money, it was insane. But yeah, at one point I went up to the fence to go and like kind of talk. Like I was high as shit. I was like gonna go talk to the ostriches. He's like, "Don't." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Don't. They will headbutt you, man." And he's like, "Honestly, they could kill you with that." I'm just like, "Really? They don't like me?" He's like, "They don't like anybody." He's like, "Just stay away from them." I'm like, "Oh, okay, will do." Roadrunner, no, dude. I've seen a Roadrunner. They're crazy. Yeah, dude, they are crazy, and they're fat. Yeah, like, and they're fast. I mean, Looney Tunes did kind of nail that one, I will admit. Like the coloring, not so much, but yeah, holy crap, they go fast. They're really common where you live, Rebecca. Yeah. Well, it's like the way that we just kind of found out that like armadillos are all over southern Illinois. And did you know why? It's because they still have their untouched plains, and they got a little bit more, not mountains, but it's like hilly. And yeah, it's because we just watched a video about this. It's kind of cool. Like the way that the ice cap melted, it kind of flattened where Chicago is, and that's the reason we were able to build our city. Crazy, right? There's people who ride ostriches. I remember. Wait, there's people who actually ride ostriches. Now that's kind of cool. That's like D&D shit right there. Also, Ellipsis, what's up? Good to see you. Welcome back. Daddy Bear Kai, good to see you. Thank you for hanging today. Yeah, if you guys have not gotten a shout out and would like to, I don't know, have your name shouted out on stream, consider, I don't know, saying hello in chat. I'm trying my best, dude. I really am. But yeah, Dieter, if you're still here, I was also talking about YouTube, you know, how bad it is with, like, ad revenue and just how bad they fuck us sometimes. So, onions with the U, you know what I mean? Is what I was kind of talking about, but also using coded language because, you know, onions are good for you. Emu War, spoiler alert. Oh, dude, I mean, the fact that the emu was, you know, just going out for a little day on the town, I kind of find that hilarious. Speaking of, here. Oh, yeah, dude, here. Okay, so let me get to this. Okay. Let's do some news, guys. Are you making any money from these streams? Yes. No, I do. Like I said, I'm very lucky that I have a pretty committed fan base that, yeah, you guys are, I'm totally viewer funded, man. I can now say it. I do not do sponsorships. I don't, I'd actually prefer not to do sponsorships or any of that stuff. I like how I make my money here. It actually feels really good, and just in general, yeah, it does not feel like I'm taking, you know, any sort of, you know, blood money or any of that kind of stuff. Making it off the merits of just my performance and making you guys happy, and then having to answer to you guys also and not an actual boss. That's fucking cool. Now, the algorithm, it does play games, but I'm getting a little bit better about this. Not looking at it, not caring as much. So, are you sure the Australians won the Emu Wars? I keep seeing that the emus were the winners. I can't believe I haven't heard of this. Wait, was there an actual, like, emu war that I'm missing here? We have heaps of peacocks. Wow. Yeah, no, Texas has peacocks. DFW, I saw 2 huge male peacocks just wandering around downtown neighborhood. Had to pull over and take pictures because no one would believe that shit. Yeah. That national bird of India right there. No kidding. Yeah, like in the suburbs though. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. Like, that doesn't surprise me at all. Yes, Pep, the Great Emu War. My favorite is when you see wild turkeys. We get wild turkeys. In Chicago, we still have areas where you go to a forest preserve and you'll just see a whole bunch of them. God, we were just driving not too long ago to like one of Uni's medical appointments, and we saw one. It was a big fucker too. Wait, they ran out of. Wait, that's crazy. Wait. So, hold on. I gotta read about this. Let's see. The Great Emu War. The Great Emu War in 1932 was a brief and unsuccessful military operation undertaken in West Australia to curb the population of roughly 20,000 emus that were destroying crops and ruining local farms. Armed with Lewis machine guns, soldiers found the fast, resilient bird difficult to hit, leading to a humiliating withdrawal and national ridicule. Bro, I like how there was national ridicule with it. crop destruction. They ate wheat, flattened fields, and broke fences, which let rabbits in to cause even more damage. Military campaign, backed with 2 soldiers with 2 Lewis guns and 10,000 rounds of ammo. Emus scattered into small groups ran up to 30 miles per hour and easily evaded the heavy machine gun fire, leading soldiers to joke that the birds were as tough as tanks. After weeks of firing and few dead birds, the government pulled the troops out and relied instead on a system of bounties and farmers. Oh, wait. So did they actually take care of the emu, problem? The emus won the Great Emu. I love how that... Well, I don't know. I just learned something very interesting today. So, well, that's what those cranes reminded me of. Like, those sandhill cranes are not only, just large, but, man, they do remind you, oh, that's what happened to dinosaurs. They just grew wings, and they just flew. That's what it is. All dinosaurs just essentially decided to become birds, right? Except for those pesky crocodiles and alligators that were just nah. I'm good. I'm gonna lay here in this marsh, and I'm gonna keep being a dinosaur. Emus are citizens now. Dude, that'd be hilarious if they had legal protections because they won the Great Emu War. I could, dude, okay, no offense to Australians, Rebecca. Nothing but love to you guys. But oh my fucking God, how funny would that be if you guys, it's just well, you know what? We lost the Great Emu War, but that just meant that we had to grant them citizenship. They got the same protections as me and my family. And we just make sure that, we live in peace with the Great Emus. We have nothing but respect for the emus. Wait, you don't think you can oh, wait, you don't? Wait, are they protected now? That'd be hilarious, or they're just hey, we got they got their comeuppance. We did we had some bounty hunters come out here, and now we've done our due duty and our due diligence, and now we have very little emus running around, so now we have to protect them. Cheers to emus and their success. Yes, cheers to the emus and their success in the Great Emu War. Sounds like the whole affair was emotional. That was actually pretty fire. Well, I get it. Because it was, 1932? So they probably had that crank machine gun, because I think that's the one that they're talking about. So it's them literally cranking around, just going... And the emus are just we can run. And pivot. And pivot. And pivot. And they're just oi, I can't hit the bloody bird. Oh, man. Want to have a bit of fun. Airmen are leaving messages. I know, we already saw that. We already saw that yesterday. That was on the show, the show's coverage then. Okay, so we're gonna go into watch mode here. We're going to bring up large fight breaks out. There we go. So a large fight broke out at one of the Wisconsin fairs, which, if you guys don't know, Wisconsin fairs are insane. Their county fairs are probably as big as your state fairs, which is wild because they only have a couple thousand people in, these counties combined. But whatever.
Today, we do have some new video just into our newsroom this morning.
This guy does not look human.
What appeared to be a large group of teenagers and young adults fighting last night
like a human
on
suit.
the state fair grounds. Let's take a look at the video first.
Okay, he was just squaring up to anybody. Oh, not in the corn dog booth and the gyros. Damn, dude. Yeah, deep fried corn dogs. Cheese curds, too? Oh, man, those would be some fire cheese curds. Ooh. Someone got robbed. She's sitting there holding a giant pink teddy bear. Oh man, like this. I hate this shit. Can you just not? I don't know. Fairs are supposed to be places for fun and jubilance and just letting off some steam. Not in this fucking way. Come on, man. We go. Like, dude, go throw some balls at the bottles and stuff like that. Oh. I mean, dude, the fact that they were just going to kick him in the head. Security's just like, I don't even know what to do here. Oh, this was the state fair. Oh, damn. Wait, how did this start? Two groups just got into it, and then it fucking escalated. The problem that I'm seeing is the fact that these guys are literally squaring up with anybody that would walk towards them. Like, that one guy was just fucking flailing haymakers. Is this Teen Takeover 2.0? I don't know. The thing is, dude, like, I will just say this much. Teen Takeovers are nothing new, necessarily. It's the fact that we just have phones out. Unruly teenagers are not exactly something new. The problem is, at what point do you actually have something like, I hate to be this guy, but do you charge the parents? What do you do? Like, so that there has to be some level of consequence for this shit, because that's the problem I've always had with teenagers, is the fact that they're adult-bodied children. Like, they have the bodies of fucking full-grown adults and the brains of fucking children. So when you have that mix, it's obviously not great, but it's also like, I don't like this idea that they will do things that they know they will get away with specifically because they are teenagers. Trust me. Do you know how I know this? I used to do that.
That video gives you a sense of what so many experience on the final day of the 175th State Fair. So many families, so many people.
There's a few things that I stopped doing after I turned 18 because all of a sudden I was just like, oh, that could be a big boy crime now.
People going to have fun at the fair, and that's how it ended, for some at least. Jason Calvi joins us live in the newsroom. Jason, I know this is your story today, looking into what happened, how this happened, and how fair officials are responding. So take us through what we just...
I mean, there are adults who still act like kids. Oh, absolutely.
Let's watch, because honestly, it's pretty...
I mean, in some of these cases, I wouldn't doubt that some of the parents would just be joining in.
Hard to watch people getting beaten up like that outside of a funnel cake stand under the Sky Glider. What do we know about what happened?
Yeah, we know that our crew at State Fair
the State
last
Fair
night
is already. It's not even fall yet.
Gathering of police officers.
No,
we showed at the
they
beginning
usually
of
do
this
it before
newscast. We saw those mounted patrol
like school
on
gets back in
horseback.
session.
They look to be guarding the gates near Spin City, that entrance there near Spin City. And the State Fair policies do require anyone 17 and under to be accompanied by an adult after noon. So if you come in after noon and you're under the age of 17, you need to be accompanied by an adult. The policy for State Fair calls for that person, that adult, to be the kid's parent or guardian. Yeah. And each adult can chaperone up to 6 kids a day. The State Fair policies say they can ask that adult chaperone for a photo to prove the chaperone is an adult. Now, the Wisconsin State Fair has their own police force and their own security guards. We know West Allis police say
that guy got
their
knocked the fuck
officers
out.
did respond, but State Fair Park Police Department is leading the investigation. We've reached out to State Fair, and we haven't gotten a response back yet. This is now, what, about 12 hours, 13 hours after these fights at State Fair Park.
Can't have anything
we haven't
anymore.
Yet heard from State Fair. We're waiting for their response to find out exactly what happened here. If they did follow that policy that's on the books, that kids coming in afternoon need to be accompanied by an adult, we're going to update you both on air and on Fox Local as we learn more. Carl?
Well, certainly, again, the sheer scale
Nobody
of
wanted
what
to go
we
back to
see
school.
in that video is alarming. Multiple people getting taken down, punched, kicked, and the like all across that area of State Fair.
I'll say
do we
the
know
biggest
how...
one was after the kid was down, and then you had that guy walk up and fucking full-on soccer punt him in the head. Like,
quickly the response came from
that's
police, whether
easy,
it was the State Fair
okay,
police
that's
or
assault.
West Allis police.
Yeah, we know that they potentially a 38-person fight, according to the dispatch audio, when they called that in. So they had to call in backup from West Dallas police to come in and back them up. As far as how long it took to get that response, we don't know exactly how long that response took. But it's interesting. You started the newscast showing video from last year, the last day of the Summerfest, or State Fair last year.
And it's Summerfest. Oh, yeah, this is in Milwaukee.
State Fairs now, back-to-back State Fairs have ended in chaos. Last year, the flooding. This year,
they have like 4 days of live music and, you know, like a huge festival.
These massive fights that took place there in the Spin City area, as well as where people were getting the food.
Yeah, two very different situations, but none of them anything the state fair officials or regular fairgoers want to see there either. We know there were threats going around online of one of these potential teen takeovers at State Fair. Didn't necessarily see it. We don't know if this is connected to something like that at this point, right, Jason?
We don't know, really, just getting into this and really trying to get answers from State Fair, because this is, again, Carl, second year in a row where people had a lot of questions about how State Fair handled the crisis that were in front of them. Last year, it was a massive amount of rain that caused the State Fair to have flooding on the grounds of the property, and then we had questions about that last year. This year, now we have these major questions about what happened with these teens coming there. The big fights taking place there. You saw people kicking and punching. It looked very, very dangerous, to be honest with you. There's people on the
We get it, guys. We get it.
Ground hurt. It looked like they were very much injured. People getting kicked. People getting punched.
No, there were definitely at least 2 guys there specifically that were like, they got fucked up.
Here about what happened. There was the power.
The problem is, so like, I'll just say this. There have been a few times I've watched somebody get knocked out and I knew they were in the wrong. But the second that somebody was going in for like those extra hits, that's when you step in and go, no, because that's how you catch that extra charge, and everybody there can be implicated.
Policy on the books, which I shared with you, Carl, were those policy followed? I think that's
where it is really, like, again, stupid people, stupid kids, not ever thinking of like, oh, this consequence could never get me.
Be part of the investigation that the State Fair is going to need to look into to get answers about what happened.
That's not just
here.
stupid kids.
And I believe you're going to have people asking those questions at the state level as well.
Jason Calvi asking the questions. We hope to bring you the answers as soon as we get them from officials and State Fair Park Police. Jason, thank you so much. We'll take a short break. Fox 6 News.
No, like, again, I hate that there's like this entire generation that are like my age that pretend that we didn't do this shit. Like I said, the only difference is we didn't film it. Oh, by the way, I laughed at this. I can't help it. Some people were just saying, oh, you're a bad person if you laugh at this. Well, I guess I'm a bad person. Dude, the fucking sack sends me. Fuck you guys. I love it. Militarized, massively armed police, and frail, crumbling infrastructure, America in a nutshell. Perfect. Frickin' perfect. That was like you couldn't have gotten a better summary of America. All right, let's talk about this Dearborn thing. We watched the live coverage yesterday. Yeah, you laughed at that? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, it already did look unstable, but the fact that they were all lined up on the outside conducting the raid and just boom. That was great. Okay, so this Dearborn thing, we watched the live coverage as it was going on. We even watched some of the actual city council meeting. But yeah, we have some summaries. Pep, what's the t-shirt today? Oh, slightly stupid.
We are promoting peace through strength. We keep on rolling down and showing our bellies to the Muslims, and they take us over more and more each year. Peace through strength.
Far-right anti-Muslim activist Jake Lang speaking to a large crowd outside Dearborn Centennial Library tonight before addressing City Council. Good evening, I'm Rup Raj. We're covering this story from all angles tonight. Coming up, we'll be speaking live to U.S. Senate nominee Abdul Al-Sayed, as well as state representatives on both sides of the...
We're covering that too, so we're going to watch the summary of everything that happened and then go right to the Abdul Al-Sayed interview.
Political spectrum, law enforcement
experts,
legal experts, and community activists. A lot going on tonight, but We have live team coverage tonight with Fox 2's Dave Spencer and Dave Kinchin. Both have been on the scene all afternoon.
Actually, this is the
Now let's
first
get
year
live to
in
Fox 2's Dave Spencer, who is in the middle of a lot of that chaos. And
not gonna see
Dave,
him.
overall, the 30,000-foot view here, was this a successful police presence that enabled them to have their protests without a lot of unrest?
I think if you would ask them, this went off without a hitch in their minds. They knew that there would be a large contingent of people coming right here to the Henry Ford Centennial Library, and they knew they had to be prepared, and we saw that in action. All's quiet now, as you could see. In fact, they came by with a loudspeaker just about a half hour ago, the police did, and notified the people that were still hanging out here that the meeting is over, it's time to come home. Well, we saw them comply with that order and then get on their way,
Cruz.
and it's been quiet ever since. We did know there were a number of arrests, or a number of people that were at least taken into custody after some skirmishes broke out. We witnessed that firsthand. Police did confirm that to us, that there were a number of people taken into custody. So let's kind of walk us through the day. So right around 6 o'clock, that is when Jake Lang made his appearance here. He was set to go speak before the city council meeting. The city council moved from its regular chambers in anticipation of the large crowd and moved to the Henry Ford Centennial Library. And that's where a lot of the protests were set up, right outside of the Centennial Library. And we saw a number of bike racks set up as a perimeter around this. Well, those bike racks, those initial ones, were breached by some supporters who were following Lang in as he made his way to the front of the library. The problem is they were letting people in around the back, so they weren't allowing anybody in. So when those two forces met, they were pushed back by the police. In fact, I did witness a couple people wince back, rubbing their eyes as if they had some sort of spray in their face, and then they got back. Then we saw moments after that, police come out in full-fledged riot gear, set a perimeter, a half circle around there, and that's kind of where things kind of maintained for the rest of the evening.
Who are the ones trying to break in, though?
Until the meeting was adjourned. So for 4 hours or so, these collisions between what would be Lang supporters and then the other side would kind of spar on and off. They would kind of get contentious at times. Police would have to intervene at times, and then they would step back the perimeter. We watched those riot police in unison step back. We saw mounted police, all of this to keep an effort of making sure everyone's safety was first and foremost, and that.
Well, don't say our, because I'm not part of that. I'm part of the DSA, so
pretty much transpired for the length and the.
Yeah, we are the new left MAGA, and you know what happened with MAGA? They won. They won because people were sick of the fucking status quo politics, dude.
Duration of the meeting, and then again, as I mentioned,
instead of blaming the fucking fecklessness of the Democratic establishment, you're going to sit here going, well, we can't let the DSA win because they're too lefty-left. I was told so.
They came back out here. The police did mention, as we watched another group from the other people protesting walk down Michigan Avenue from west to east, make their way outside of the Centennial Library as things turn from light to dark, and have a mild protest out here as well. Some skirmishes there, very few after that, and then the peaceful protest came to a conclusion, and that's where we stand
was
now.
3,000 votes away from winning. That's exactly what happened there. It's almost like people actually have an appetite for some farther left policy.
You're going to have to wait to hear from police to get the final numbers on how many people were
I'll
arrested,
take that
if there were any
loss as
injuries,
the fucking
anything
win
to
you
that.
think
But
it is.
there wasn't anything that you could point to say this was a failure here. From most part, it was a very successful demonstration. There was a lot of leeway when it came to free speech, and it was directed at all people, including the police. Some of that hatred and vicious talk, and they stood their ground, and they understood that was a First Amendment right, and then they went on their way. And we'll have to see in the days to follow what, if anything, may come of this. Reporting live in Dearborn tonight, Dave Spencer, Fox 2 News.
Yeah, I guess overall this was a tremendous police presence. Dearborn police, not their first rodeo. They've seen this before. They've dealt with this before. And they were ready on every front, from the inside of the building to the out.
I mean, I will say at least they're not being like, oh, the left-wing agitators.
Yeah, it wasn't the first time.
But it's also, come on, man. Like, why won't you call them agitators? You guys kept saying activists.
Lang has been here either. As you might remember, he burned a Koran and put it on social media. So they kind of knew what was ahead of them, and then the kind of the supporters that he would draw. So they definitely had a plan, and that plan was put into action, and we saw it firsthand.
All right, our Dave Spencer reports live tonight. Dave, thank you. Our team coverage does continue with Fox News' Dave Kinchin.
Swollen bullocks.
Live in Dearborn.
Is that what the...
He's been covering this all evening long. And David, there were some dramatic pictures, dramatic scenes that unfolded. You were live in the middle of it. Tell us how that went here tonight.
Yeah, we were even in the middle of a fight. It got pretty chaotic at times out here, but I can say certainly it's calm now. You can take a look behind me here. There's a few people hanging out. Those are the barricades that were used earlier today at the Henry Ford Centennial Library. There were a lot of different people out here for these demonstrations. We did see civilians with weapons that look like AK-47s, pistols, people who had their sidearms on them, of course, concealed carry and that sort of thing here. All of this prompted by the arrival of white nationalist Jake Lang and the Christian Crusader March organized by him and Detroit pastor Lorenzo Sewell. Now, the move was made. They moved, of course, this city council meeting, as Dave Spencer said, from City Hall to the Henry Ford Centennial Library for a few reasons. More availability in terms of seating, but also a way to deal with crowd control and enhance the opportunities for public comment and free speech, while
by the way, what up, Simply Steve?
enhancing the opportunity for more public safety. We saw police officers on top of the library. Never seen that before. This type of rally has happened at least 3, maybe 4 times now. Never seen police on the rooftops, though, looking down, communicating with officers below in uniform and plain clothes, as well as officers on bicycles and on mounted patrol, too. Now, Lang's controversial message of Christian nationalism was met with a message of peace and inclusion by Dearborn city officials. Listen in.
Yeah, I thought they handled this pretty well.
Home before we send you home. We have cruise ships, we have planes, we have trains, and we're going to pack them out with all of the Arabs. You have to go home. We don't want you here.
A group of children walked up, and amongst them was a young boy not older than 6 or 7. And he looked at me and he asked if the quote-unquote crusaders that were coming to kill him. And that little boy reminded me that what is happening outside is not just political theater.
No.
Fear has
consequences. It's literally creating a system of fear. And the thing is, guys, when that man is allowed to just go out there and they call it activism and all this bullshit, and he has multiple cases against him. Like, it is kind of insane that he's just allowed to do all this. This is why I think he's a CIA plant. Everybody wants to say, like, oh, everybody's a CIA plant. No, the obvious CIA plant.
Send my love to my Aussie chickie babe. Unicorn emoji.
Thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate the dollary dues.
So tonight, I want to speak directly to him. And I want to speak to every resident of Dearborn who has felt that fear. I want to boldly say that you belong here. You belong.
Now, the supporters of Jake Lang say, look, this was simply about saying that this is a Christian nation, that Jesus died for the sins of this country, and that this is one nation under God. They say that is their message and that they're standing by it. Of course, many members of the Dearborn community here, business leaders as well as city officials, say they actually encourage a lot of residents in Dearborn not to come out and take part in this demonstration today. And some city officials saying, in their words, don't take the bait as far as some of the presentations that were made here. Again, it did get...
So... we're just going to read what he was there for and not go like, yeah, well, that's kind of fucked up. That's not how our country runs. Oh, wait.
Heated at times. I did see
starting to think that these Fox News people over here in Dearborn kind of agree with Jake Lang.
There were probably some others. We did see state police swooping in at one point to try to quell a situation as well. So there were some skirmishes here or there. That's happened at these types of things before. But overall, definitely
do you know what
peaceful.
good Jake is up to?
Reporting live in Dearborn, Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News.
Nope. Our pal Jake has gone radio silent. I have not had any communications with him since he initially went radio silent, so I don't know what to tell you guys. Stan totally just freaking farted. Bro. Oh my God. It's so much worse because he's sleeping. Why? Why do they get so bad when you sleep? Can you guys see him? Wait, he's not on his bed. He's like laying next to his bed. Which, all right, let's watch the Abdul Al-Sayed reply to this.
And we should mention that we reached out to both Senate candidates who are running right now for that important office. Mike Rogers and also
guys, before I do anything, I'm about to be the 420th like on this post. You guys should try to get to the same point on mine. Let's go. Hit the like button. Yeah, 420.
Abdul Al-Sayed. We did not hear back from Mike Rogers. Wanted to know if he had any comments, thoughts about what it is that happened in this state in which the entire world was watching. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed.
This actually might have just lost Mike Rogers the race.
Did agree to talk to us. He joins us now live via Zoom. And Dr. Al-Sayed, good to see you. Thanks for joining us here today. I want to ask you, this is not the first time we've seen this type of thing happen with Jake Lang or, for instance, with Terry Jones many years ago. How do you think it was handled? How do you think it went?
Yeah, Roop, first, thank you so much for having me, and I'm sorry to have to meet under these circumstances because...
Explain how Fox is a credible source. Well, technically, this isn't necessarily Fox in the Fox... Like, this is not ran by Fox News' division. This is run by Nexstar, which is a local subsidiary, which is then run as a local news station. Because they are community-based news, they do not have the same leeway that a Fox News affiliate would have, just carrying the Fox News channel. So that's why.
What you're seeing here is a bunch of out-of-state ads.
You guys are genuinely wondering if you're being told the truth. Just look into whether or not your station is registered as a news station that can then be held to the standards of libel that print publications and broadcasting is usually held to, or are they an entertainment entity that tries to label themselves as more like news entertainment?
Agitators come
news-ertainment, if you will.
In defiance of the broad, incredible America that we exemplify here in Michigan.
Ooh, you can hear.
A guy like Jake Lang is coming to
yeah.
try and make news, to try to highlight something he doesn't understand, which is the notion of an America that is big enough for all kinds of people. I think about my household. I was raised by my father, who's an Egyptian immigrant. My stepmom, Jackie, who's a daughter of the American Revolution. Chances are her family's been here longer than Jake Lang's. And I got to grow up in this incredible household where we understood that whether I was talking to my parents who are Muslim, or my grandparents who are deacons at the Presbyterian Church, or my uncle who's atheist, that the things that brought us together are so much bigger than the things that tear us apart. Now, it's always been this competition. Small people like Jake Lang or Donald Trump or Mike Rogers, for that matter, want to make America a lot smaller than we know it to be. But I've had the privilege to travel across this state for the past year plus. I've been to 110 different cities, and people aren't as interested in how you pray. They're interested in what you pray for. If you pray, what you hope for. What you want for your kids. And that's the kind of America I know. That's the kind of Michigan I know. And people like Jake Lang don't understand that.
You came to the forefront again after 2018 running for governor. And now in the Senate race, the visibility of that race, of course, across the world has been watched. So much has been written about you, your wife, your family, your grandparents. Do you see a rise in this kind of sentiment from Jake Lang because of your ascent into the limelight?
They've been trying to battle for a small America where only some kind of people get to belong. And the thing about that they don't understand is, we just celebrated 250 years of an America built around the idea of a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, around the idea that there shall be no religious test, around the idea of e pluribus unum, out of many one, and the idea that somebody who has a name like mine or prays like I do could be elected by his or her fellow Michiganders. That's contrary to what the America that they want it to be, but it's exactly the America that our founding fathers understood our country to be a part of. And I just want to say to all of the folks out there in Dearborn, all the folks out there who are afraid today because of how they pray, or because of where their family comes from, or because of what their name might be, or who they love, or how they identify, or all the different ways that people like Jake Lang might say that they don't belong, that you do belong here, that this is your America too, and the things that bring us together.
Okay. Guys, more lawsuits against the police for protecting people like Jake Lang, and then going after other left-wing protesters that deserve the same type of protection for their First Amendment rights being threatened by those same police.
are what we believe in
It is
about what our country can be.
crazy how
what
we're
we can
just
build together
accepting
when
this
we
shit,
reach
dude.
across those divides. Not because we're all the same.
You do understand that this is one of those things where they're not ICE. We actually can sue them for not doing their jobs for us, the people, right?
But because we all want the same things when we look our kids in the
Just
eye. And that's
just
the
a thought.
opportunity I'm reaching for.
Dr. Abdullah Al-Sayed, we thank you for your time here today. Again, we should mention we reached out to you at the same time, reaching out to your opponent to see if they wanted to offer any thoughts as well. We thank you for taking the time to join us here tonight, keeping it relatively, unpartisan here and just having the conversation that's very, very important. Thanks for your time here tonight.
That was big, dude. He the other guy needed to show up for that. That was huge. All right. Neighbors say noise from Detroit or Michigan data center is 24/7 and upending their lives.
We've been covering the data center debate in Metro Detroit for nearly a year now, but there are still few local examples of what it's like when they're up and running. One of the most common areas of concern I hear about is the noise that they could emit. But one community in southwest Michigan has been experiencing the reality of a data center next door for a couple of years now, and they say the sound has changed their lives. What would you say to people who've never experienced this for themselves?
It sounds like someone set up a vacuum, like in your living room, and the vacuum is just, that thing needs to be cleaned. Like the filter is clogged up, so it's a high pitch whining, and they just left it on and walked out.
You've seen movies and stuff where they have somebody.
The thing is, if they want these data centers, then they need to put them in their communities. That's how this needs to go.
They'll torture them with sound.
Data centers should only go where the median income is $500,000 or more. If that's the case, then fine. Have at them, guys.
And that's basically what it is.
Lindy Valenzuela and Marjorie and Billy Finn are neighbors who all live directly across the street from a data center in Dowagiac, Michigan. The data center is known by residents as Hyperscale Data. It is owned by Alliance Cloud Services, LLC, a company based in Las Vegas, Nevada. They tell me that for the past couple of years, it has been emitting a high-pitched sound, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But it wasn't
The thing is, I see the God, guns, country, all this fucking shit. I'll just say this, man. You voted for this. This is like, you get what you vote for. I cannot feel bad for certain people that are now just turning and going, hey, this doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's like this. Marjorie tells me the house has been in her family for nearly 100 years.
I love this house because it has so much feel of my past. All our friends are here, all our support systems here.
They explained to me that life on their dead-end street, Louise Avenue, was mostly quiet and peaceful, even though for decades there had always been an industrial building across the street behind a row of pine trees. They say in 2018, things began to change drastically. The trees came out, a loading dock went in, and around 2021, a cryptocurrency mining operation began.
Yep.
In 2024, they say the noise from the building began around the clock.
How would you characterize life on your street before the data center and after?
It's different as night and day to me.
Who put these
Even if
data centers in the small communities? Rich people?
it's cooler out, we can't open our windows like we used to. It's just amazing how much it's changed our life.
In March, Dowagiac City leaders
I love how despondent she is because she understands that she probably voted for it.
adopted the first ever industrial noise ordinance for the city. It sets a daytime decibel limit of 65 and a nighttime limit of 55. According to the city manager, they fined Hyperscale Data for violating the ordinance. Hyperscale is challenging the city's readings and methodology. For months, Hyperscale Data has been touting plans for expansion, despite city leaders saying they were left in the dark and that no expansion permits had been submitted. Last week, at the invitation of Dowagiac's mayor, the CEO of Hyperscale Data, William Horn, spoke directly to city residents at a special council meeting. Horn explained that the company plans to invest $100 million to expand AI computing and advanced robotics at the facility and pivot away from cryptocurrency mining. He also said they would make multiple efforts to reduce sound levels. And for residents on Louise Avenue,
if they still aren't happy and feel that their home isn't enjoyable, then we'll buy their property from them.
dozens of residents spoke out passionately.
Yeah, at pennies on the dollar, because they're not going to assess it at the fucking market rate before the data center went in.
Passionately at the meeting. None.
This is why you need to pay attention, folks.
In support.
This is, you know what? Here's your fucking life lesson. If you live in a community that could have a data center, like if you live anywhere that has enough space, enough industrial space to where a data center can be put in, pay attention.
Of hyperscale.
Why didn't you consider that?
I'm going to a fucking meeting that I have, like, in a town I have no ties to, but it's just close enough to where I know it's going to impact my electrical bill. So I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go. I at least want to attend this because it's ridiculous that these motherfuckers really think that they can get away with this shit.
When the noise continues to get louder and louder and louder.
The bottom line here is if you are not a good neighbor, your businesses.
Money is their god. They don't want to see other people as equal to them. We're not equal to them. The thing is, they genuinely don't think we are. We are ants for them to squish. We are nothing but just capital machines where they just take.
To know more about what the science...
God forbid you guys actually work really fucking hard for little bits of money, because just remember that CEO totally deserves all of his fucking bonuses and all the profits from the corporation, and you guys shouldn't even ask for more because you're an asshole if you do that.
Science says when it comes to data center sound, so I reached out to Rick Neitzel, professor of environmental health sciences at the University of Michigan.
When it comes to these data centers being built all around our area and around the country, are you concerned when it comes to sound?
I am. This is kind of an unprecedented new noise source that's being introduced into a lot of communities. We now know pretty definitively that noise in communities at high enough levels is associated with things like high blood pressure, heart attacks, stroke.
Lindy Valenzuela explained to me why she's now a plaintiff in a first-of-its-kind class action lawsuit over allegations of excessive noise from the data center.
The fan noise just exceeds such a level to where we can't even enjoy being outside for more than a few minutes without either of us getting a headache.
She's currently pregnant and has a 17-month-old boy.
His nursery is on the side of the house that faces the data center. When we're putting him down for bed at night, you can hear the fans coming in through the window. You can hear it in his crib. And that worries me.
Laura Sheets is a partner at Little Sheet.
Well, to be fair, he won't know the difference.
And Lindy's attorney in the case.
They don't
You know
have
the
the
difference.
right to cause a substantial interference with your use and enjoyment of your property. This data center is their neighbor, whether they're happy about that or not, but people do have options to help force the company to be a better neighbor.
Everything should have been done to prevent this. It was not necessary to just come in here and not recognize what this would do to our lives.
That's adorable. You thought they'd care.
I reached out to
Morning, Ravy. What's up?
Hyperscale Data and received a
Lurking
statement
today?
which reads in
Cool.
part, quote, "We have been part of Dowagiac for 5 years and take the recent concerns raised by residents seriously. As we complete our operational transition away from cryptocurrency mining and toward AI compute infrastructure and advanced robotics, we intend to do our part to help reduce..."
I'm surprised it's coming from Republicans. I thought they were all like, woo, go AI. No, because now it's been long enough to where the AI data centers are starting to show up in their communities in mass.
Overall sound levels in the area. Roughly half
Now they're
of the
starting to
mining
go on
equipment-
Facebook and other groups and be like, hey, did you know that this data center was going to be built in our community? I just heard the fan turn on and I don't like the sound of it.
It is already off.
Where'd this come from? When did this happen? I didn't even know that they was coming.
Line, and we expect the rest to be shut down completely within the next 3 months. We remain committed to being a good neighbor and believe the steps we are taking reflect that.
Now, you've done a lot of these data center stories. Do they all emit noises like that, or just some are louder than others?
We have very few examples around here. So this is an example of what could be, but it is truly the main concern I hear from people all over the
I love how the news station has to fucking play this game where it's just like, oh, wait a minute.
area when they worry that this could be in their community.
Oh, I would be worried too, and especially with them saying, oh, we'll buy your home, but then where are you going? I mean, You know?
Big problems, for sure.
Huge problems, especially a woman who's been there for 100 years. You know, they're her family. Sad.
Yeah.
Anyway, 7 News is committed to covering every step of the
Yeah, well.
Several issues are driving voters to the polls in today's primary elections. Among them, the growing dominance of artificial intelligence. A new piece from the Washington Post.
It's almost like, because we're seeing this being covered by the local news stations, that this is actually a big problem to people.
Analyzes how congressional and gubernatorial candidates nationwide
Moving
are
soon.
addressing this issue and responding
Good. Are you happy to move, or are you just kind of, I don't know,
to voters' concerns about
indifferent about it? I simultaneously love moving and hate it.
AI's impact on the economy, national security, and more. One of the article's authors,
That feeling of
Shira
finally getting to your new
Ovide,
place,
joins us
though.
now.
Oh,
She's a
God.
technology reporter for the Washington Post. So I find this really interesting. This is becoming more of a flashpoint, especially as we are heading into these midterm elections. So you found that candidates in 45 states have made AI part of their campaigns. What in particular are you finding that voters are concerned about?
I mean, by far the hottest topic related to AI in the midterm elections.
Oh, she got one of them
data
wavy
centers,
cats.
Right? These big
I want one of
hulking
those.
computer complexes that are sprouting up all over the country to run AI calculations.
Yay,
and
happy,
they
good.
basically generated backlash everywhere they go, including in blue and red parts of the country.
So it is interesting because we've long talked about AI and we've talked about data centers. And what I find kind of interesting, Shira, is that it seems to be a bipartisan issue. Both Republicans and Democrats are coming out and talking about
it's almost
the negatives.
it's a nonpartisan issue. Notice how they frame everything by like saying bipartisan. Nonpartisan means, oh, this isn't a political thing that we can just blame on politicians. Like we can't just do that. Like they're going to start coming after the capitalists at this point because they're starting to realize that it's like this is the goings on of the rich class not giving a fuck about you.
These AI data centers, but how does the messaging differ from party to party?
I think the big, so there's 2 takeaways from our piece. One is that there isn't kind of hard party lines quite yet related to AI, the way that there are about lots of national issues like abortion and immigration and
yeah, because
gun
there's a lot of
violence and
people that still have yet to address this as a broader issue.
That if you look at
we're in the final stages of it's time to wake up.
Talking about AI, there's not really a Democratic position and a Republican position on AI. It's a little bit all over the place. And the second thing that I'll mention from our analysis is that Democrats in general are far more likely to talk about AI as part of their campaign issues platforms than Republicans are.
Yeah, because we understand the capital part of it.
Come up with all kinds of theories about this. I think maybe one working theory is that Democrats simply propose more government policies, right? It's the nature of the party to have more government involvement, and so that AI is part of that too.
Going back to the data center point, your analysis found the data centers account for the largest share of AI policies mentioned on campaign websites. How does the attention to them in a campaign perspective compare to their actual presence in the U.S.? You know, we hear all the time about they're building, this company's investing, but sort of what's that split right now?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. I'm not sure how to kind of assess that analytically, but it is very clear that in places where there's lots of data center building, so I'll pull out Ohio and Texas as 2 examples, you see a lot of backlash to those data centers, and you've seen candidates and politicians, elected officials respond. So again, I'll give 2 examples from those states. Vivek Ramaswamy, who's the Republican candidate for Ohio governor this fall, he's was the co-leader of DOGE, the sort of Elon Musk government reducing government spending and involvement policy last year. And he basically unveiled this very sweeping and aggressive data center policy as part of his gubernatorial platform that basically says if a data center is going to be built in your community in Ohio, the data center owner has to pay all the electric bills of households in the country. And I don't think we've ever seen anything like that.
There you go. That's fine.
And I don't think we've ever seen anything like that from a Republican, to put a point on it. And then Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, the longtime governor.
This is kind of funny because this is corpo structured news where it's just like, So we can't even really ask too many questions about this because we don't want to expose how this is technically, again, not a political issue, but a class issue.
Governor of Texas also had to propose this, again, rather sweeping set of data center regulations in a state where he and many other politicians had previously
They wanted to deport immigrants because they were taking their jobs. What are they going to do about AI?
Really fascinating reporting.
Sure. You'd think that they would care. I don't know.
Thank you.
Ashley Moody and the corporate politicians in Washington, they like to label us.
So yeah, this was a huge win for the DSA yesterday. Even though I don't think she's going to win. I'm going to just say it. I think that Florida is too gerrymandered. After seeing the new districts, I don't even think, like, let's be real. Moskowitz doesn't have he might not win. Fucking Debbie Wasserman Schultz might not win, but is that really the worst outcome?
Make voters afraid of me.
We can turn a few seats, like, you know, that were red before from like California and some other, like, the places that, you know, we gerrymandered a little bit, and we can equalize this. I'm actually okay with that turnout.
Keep making to make our lives harder.
I'm just glad that she's forcing the party to move left.
They call us extreme. They call us radical. But I think people see through that. Yes, they do. I won't let them define me, and I know you will always know where I stand.
Nice.
That was Florida State Representative Angie Nixon last night after defeating Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman by double digits to secure the Democratic nomination for the U.S. Senate in the state. Nixon is the first DSA candidate to win a major party nomination for statewide office, and she joins us now. Representative, I just first got to ask you, how did you win? Like, what happened that made just earlier in the show that made somebody call this the greatest upset in the history of Democratic politics in the state of Florida?
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me on today. First of all, our team, we knew we were going to win because we go out and talk to people and have conversations with folks. I'm a community organizer, a former union organizer, and I have been fighting for nearly 2 decades to address the issues that Floridians have been facing here in the state. Working to increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour before I became a state lawmaker, working to stop price gouging while I was a state lawmaker, also expanding access to early childhood education for low-income and hardworking people. And those are the things that Floridians and Americans care about. They are frankly just tired and fed up of these politicians, these corrupt politicians like unelected Ashley Moody and Donald Trump, who are in Washington working less but getting richer. Meanwhile, folks like us, everyday people who are working harder than ever, basically have nothing to show for. And that's been resonating. People know I'm not a politician. They know I'm someone that's just like them, and I'm a public servant that's going to fight for them.
Let's talk about the things you believe in, things you don't believe in. You said you weren't going to allow people to define you. So let's first of all talk about the things that you've said you believe in, and then we'll get to the other things that every DSA candidate's going to be asked about from now till the end of the election. You say Floridians are ready for Medicare for all, universal child care, affordable housing, fully funded public education, and an end to senseless wars. How did that resonate on the campaign trail, especially Medicare for all, a universal health care?
Yeah, for sure. So the state of Florida, Floridians, we are the largest group of enrollees on the Affordable Care Act. And again, unelected Ashley Moody decided to vote against extending the ACA subsidies, which knocked nearly 300,000 people off the ACA marketplace. Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy here in our country, and you got to think about it. People are literally going bankrupt simply because they're trying to stay alive. And so not only that, but childcare here in our state, it ranges anywhere from $800 to $2,400. Universal child care is something that we need. For every $1 the government would spend, it puts $3 back into the economy because it allows parents to be able to work. I am a mother of 5. Me and my husband have a blended family. I have a 5-year-old right now. Do you know how much we need childcare, and that'll free us up to not have to worry about things? And Floridians and Americans all across the state agree.
First of all, 300,000 Floridians knocked off of health care support because of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. It's had a devastating impact across America. Yeah, a big BS deal has had a horrible impact for so many working Americans. I want to ask you now about some other issues, and some candidates support these issues, some DSA candidates. I know Mayor Mamdani does not support some of these issues. I'm going to ask you where you stand on defunding the police, abolishing prisons, and opening up the border again. Do you support any of those propositions?
So what I support is making sure that we have law and order in this country. And that starts with making sure there's a full release of the Epstein files and that we hold people accountable. It also is making sure that we have accountability for ICE officials who have murdered and slaughtered people in our streets on camera, who unfortunately have not been held accountable and actually have been hidden, honestly. And so those are the types of things that I support. And I want to be clear, I am a union member. I recently joined the Working Families Party. I also just recently joined DSA because there were some things, the majority of things that I'm supportive of. But just like I'm a Democrat, there are some things that I do not fully support within the Democratic Party, particularly those corporate Democrats, right? I don't accept corporate PAC money, and I want to make sure that these billionaires pay what they owe. And so there are going to be a few differences here and there, but overwhelmingly, what I care about and support are what everyday Floridians care about and support, which is making sure that housing is a right and people have a place to put their heads at night.
Yeah. So you don't support defunding the police?
No, I don't support defunding the police. I do support comprehensive criminal justice reform to make sure we are addressing some of the root causes.
I was telling all of you this for pretty much the entire time I've been on this platform. I have been saying that it was a fucking marketing fuck up. Because realistically, you can get even the most milquetoasty fucking centrist to go, yeah, you know what, police reform good.
Of people,
but you go defund police, and they're just like, well, what about police? Then what? No police.
Into a life of crime.
Right. Willie Geist's with us and has the next question. Willie.
Congratulations on your win last night. Let me just follow up on what Joe was asking, because as you know, now that you're running statewide, your Republican opponent, Ashley Moody, already is saying the positions of the DSA and particularly of you are crazy, calling you all comrades together, et cetera. So what about abolishing prisons, which is one of the platform positions of the national DSA? Do you support that?
I don't support abolishing prisons. What I do support is abolishing for-profit prisons because they exploit labor and they usher many of our children into the school-to-prison pipeline. Why are we incentivizing the enhancement of penalties and actually allow the enhancement of not actually allowing the education system to be successful? There has been an attack on public education here in our state and across our country, and that leads to children winding up in the school to prison pipeline. I don't support abolishing prisons, but I do support ending for-profit prisons, which also, when you look at it and look at some data points, you will see that there have been a lot of people that have died inside of these for-profit prisons, or you have seen there's a lot of waste and abuse and fraud within these private prisons, for-profit prisons. And so those are the types of things that I'm against.
And what about another national position, which is the free movement of people, which the DSA means open borders. They say that's what that means. Do you support open borders into the United States?
I support a comprehensive and clear pathway to citizenship for folks. I believe that Border Patrol should make sure that they are securing the border. I believe, though, that there needs to be a clear, comprehensive, and compassionate pathway to citizenship, especially for folks like Haitians and Venezuelans and Syrians. The Haitian community here in our state contribute over $2.6 billion to our economy. And not only that, it's not only just about their labor. It's actually about the culture that they bring here. They are amazing people. And so there needs to be a clear pathway to citizenship, especially if their country is still so unstable. I mean, the Department of State has issued warnings to people traveling over to Haiti. And so how can we be okay with ending TPS status for folks if we say that Americans shouldn't go back there or go visit? And so I, again, support a clear and compassionate, comprehensive pathway to citizenship, as well as making sure that our borders are secure.
Taking all that ICE funding and putting it into the courts to get people, through it quicker, and also kind of do that thing that we've always talked about, where we want the good people here, and then we can kind of find out. It's like, oh, well, here's a background check. Well, turns out you got some problems here. Well, too bad.
One issue.
But no, they'd rather just be like, you're not American. You don't look American. I'm going to just say it right now. Bye.
I'm sure you've already found as you've traveled the state, and you will find increasingly now in the general election, is the question of Israel. So I'm curious what you would say to a Jewish voter who's interested in you.
Eunice Simbi, the
likes what they've seen,
as she called her,
in many ways.
She had a moment where I guess because it kind of farts, so it did do that, and the cat was laying on it, and I guess the cat looked at it dirty, where he was just like...
It's your economic message as well, maybe an independent voter, Democrat, but also even a Republican who's fed up with Donald Trump, and looks at the DSA national position of just cutting off all aid to Israel, economic, military, everything else. Would you support that, cutting off aid to Israel?
So you asked me what I would say and how I would make a Jewish voter or a person comfortable with my positions. And what I would say is that they should look at my track record. I have a proven track record in history of fighting against bigotry, calling it out in all shapes and forms. I believe in the safety and well-being and dignity of all people. And I want to ensure that when it comes to military aid or aid to any country outside of the U.S., that we heavily scrutinize it. Because right now here in our state, in our country, we have veterans that are living unhoused on the streets. We have teachers that are calling my state office.
And that you understand how long we've been saying, oh, support your troops, the veterans, blah, blah, blah. But in 2026, they're still unhoused. They still are undermedicated. It's insane how we treat our veterans in this country, and then just expect us to go and, send some more of our kids into the fucking meat grinder
monthly, because they can't afford to live in the state of Florida anymore. And so we need to make sure that we're putting Americans first before we go ahead and start sending money or military aid to any country outside of the U.S.
So that's fair.
Gene
obviously.
Robinson,
I think that's why.
just as I'm sorry, Willie. Good.
No, I just wanted to put a fine point on that. So that's why you won your economic message, because people in your state are suffering economically. But just to put a fine point on
Joe derailing him actually kind of made him say the real thing that I have a feeling if Joe did not interrupt him, it was going to be a little more just like, well, congratulations on your win. We'll see how this goes in the general. But right there, he had to correct and just be like, oh, this is why people are mad. You know what? People are mad, and we can see it.
Would you support cutting off military and economic aid to Israel?
At this time, I believe what's happening over in Israel and in Palestine is not good for Israelis or Palestinians. And I believe that Netanyahu is a war criminal who needs to answer to his crimes. And I do not support sending any money or any weapons to Israel at this moment. No, I don't.
Okay. All right. She handled that pretty well. Trump pauses 50% tariffs on Canada, announces deal, but no detail.
President Trump hits the pause button on his threat to impose a new 50% tariff on imports coming into the United States from Canada. It was set to take effect today and would have impacted about $20 billion worth of imports, including...
She went a bit both sides on the end there.
Dairy.
Yeah. Well, she's in Florida. Guys, remember, she cannot do what Dara Lisa is doing over in New York. If she does, then she might as well just not even run.
Alcohol, furniture.
This is in a deep red district, especially after the gerrymander.
And clothing. To unpack all of this, let's go live to CNN economics reporter Elizabeth Buchwald, who's joining us from New York. Elizabeth, this is significant. What does this pause mean for any deal between these two countries that supposedly are such
I created a problem, and then I solved it. Go me.
Strong allies.
I'm the best.
Yeah, well, it's a classic thing that we've seen over the past year and a half, these really 11th hour announcements. And right now we're getting 3 extra days of breathing room here. And it's not necessarily going to be
like
good.
Her face, because she's like, I don't know how I'm going to spin this much bullshit. Watch me try.
Or bad, we don't know yet, but it seems like there's a lot on the table. Trump was talking about the Keystone XL pipeline. Remains unclear what's happening there, but it does seem like there is some...
I just realized I can do like the Robert De Niro thing.
Room for things to improve a bit, and this is all happening in the context of the broader U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement that's up for renegotiation. Cool. So it does seem like if there's going to be a deal on Canada's part especially, they're going to want to cement it in for good and not just have these back and forths with 3 days here, a month there.
Yep.
So products coming into the United States from Canada,
costing us
the price for American consumers.
I mean, in the fact that they're also, even if they release these tariffs, some of these companies will never recover because they've already moved to Canadian products.
Are going to go up and up and up. Elizabeth Buchwald, thank you very, very much.
Yeah, we had a very good conversation with the Prime Minister last night, and we've come to a deal with Canada. As you know, the 50% tariffs across the board were going on against Canada today. And they called yesterday and they gave us the points that we had to have. Very fair deal for both. The tariffs will be non-existent for our farmers. Our farmers were paying tremendous tariffs into Canada, and those tariffs are going to be totally eviscerated, down to zero.
Is the U.S. going to lower tariffs on Canadian autos or lumber?
We're doing certain things. We're got to give something, and we're doing certain things. They were paying a high number. We're reducing it a little bit. It's good for everybody. But our farmers are going to be thrilled. Our manufacturers are going to be thrilled. And basically, we have no tariffs going into Canada anymore. Canada was charging us tremendous tariffs. We no longer have any tariffs.
All right, for more on The View from Canada right now, I want to bring in the former Quebec Premier, Jean Charest. Jean Charest, thanks so much for joining us. Welcome back to our show. First off, what's your reaction to what we just heard from President Trump?
Well, we made a lot of progress in the last few weeks in negotiations. We re-engaged after the president announced a new series of tariffs, invoking an old piece of Smoot-Haley legislation, Section 338.
Well, I mean, anyone around Trump
both the
smells
Prime
something.
Minister Carney and President Trump decided to re-engage. We've been at the table, we've been talking, and that in itself is good news. Canada wants a few things. We do not want these new tariffs to come into play. We also want the American side to reduce the tariffs under the 232s. Those are the tariffs of 50% on steel and aluminum, tariffs on cars, tariff on softwood lumber in particular. And on the American side, Wolf, the administration has been telling us that they want to revisit the quota allocation for milk that was negotiated by President Trump the last time because the American side's not filling its quota. And I think there's maneuvering room for us to talk. We had imposed counter tariffs on cars. They want that to go away. But they also, on the American side, want the provinces in Canada to put American booze back on the shelves. You may remember at the very beginning of this tariff story, the Canadian governments, the provincial governments who run the liquor stores in Canada took American booze off the shelves.
Yeah.
It's their decision whether to put it back on or not.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that they won't.
And that was also part of what the American side was asking us to do.
Because realistically, what ended up happening is Canada they did what like you'd think America would do, where it's like, oh, I'm only buying American then. That's not what happened at all.
And once we do all that, by the way, then we have to get down
Canada
to
went and just bought Canadian goods, and they also kind of went, oh yeah, you know what, Canadian whiskey's pretty good, eh?
Talking about how we pursue our negotiations on CUSMA in general.
Did you hear the new data about the worldwide diesel supply? Scary stuff. Yeah.
Hope to deal.
Yeah, and it's also just starting to impact our food supply. Isn't that fun?
With as rapidly as possible.
You're a key member of the Prime Minister Mark Carney's advisory committee on Canada-U.S. economic relations. Have you heard anything this morning from the Prime Minister?
Some.
Well, we found out this morning that our minister who's responsible, his name is Dominique Leblanc, was meeting with Jameson Greer this morning.
My favorite booze is Mexican.
11:15.
I like tequila a lot.
These new tariffs were supposed to come into place on midnight last night. There's a 3-day pause. So
but if I do a margarita,
we can finish off the negotiation.
I will always go for it.
Expect both sides to be very careful
on
what they'll be saying. No one wants to derail what
Sailor
looks
Jerry
like
rum,
a
baby.
possible deal. And if we do get an agreement, what it'll give both sides is just more certainty. And, there's no one, by the way,
maybe paying $15 for a gallon of milk will wake people up, can only help.
United States, the business community, there's no one out there who's saying, let's undo CUSMA. They're very supportive of the business and trade relationship with Canada, including doing away with tariffs. We understand the president's position. He's made it very clear. We get that. But we want an agreement that is going to be good for both sides. I will give you one example, aluminum. It does not make sense for the American side to tariff aluminum. We send 2.7 million tons a year. Aluminum is made of 40% of it is made of energy. We export to the United States the equivalent of 5 Hoover dams worth of energy when we export clean aluminum, green aluminum. And you need that, and with what's happening in the Detroit of O'More. So there's a good example.
Yeah, if you haven't woken up yet, then you're in a coma.
Where tariffs are.
What sucks is the more that it does impact us, the more angry I find myself getting at the people who don't pay attention. And also, I think you guys may have noticed that my fuse is a lot shorter with anybody that comes in here with their bullshit.
Are not working for the.
And it's not from, honestly, it's not from doing content creation. It's from going to the grocery store and just being like, oh, you know what? Fuck you.
The American side and where we should take them off. Same
this
thing.
This is how Republicans felt during Biden, where everybody was just like, but the economy's great. It's just like, it's not. Okay, I get it. I get how that leads to some kind of fucking madness where you're just like, why do you keep gaslighting me? I am paying way more for everything right now. It's insane.
Autos where markets are very integrated.
Very quickly before I let you go,
my budget is so different than it was even a year ago.
A lot of stories coming out.
And it's not just because of the medical debt.
The Canadians are so angry at the United States right now that they're basically refusing to buy U.S. imported products into Canada, like Kentucky bourbon, for example. And they're refusing to even come.
Ramen is $3 a bag now? Yeah.
To the United States to go to Florida, for example, because they're irritated with the U.S. How significant is that?
There's no one in the federal government saying to Canadians not to go to the United States or to not buy American booze, though the provinces took it off the shelves. Canadians are reacting to a situation where they're challenged by the American administration. But the perspective on this, Wolf, that Canadians say to themselves, well, we need to buy more Canadian. It's not that we're hostile to the United States. We want to buy more Canadian products, which is exactly what you want your American citizens to do with American products. So that's the dynamic it's created. But let's get beyond this trade conflict that we have. And if we do, we're going to return to a relationship where Canada and the United States have one of the best relationships in the world. And we support each other's economy. We're more efficient. We're more productive together. And that's what we want. We want to have a relationship that is going to be good for the American side and good for the Canadian side.
And let's hope that happens. The former Quebec Premier, Jean Charest, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very, very much.
Just before new tariffs on Canadian goods were scheduled to take effect at 12:01 a.m. overnight, President Trump hit pause, saying on social media that the threatened tariff hit was pushed off for at least 3 days, as he claimed the United States and Canada had reached a deal. The response from the
How did we reach a deal and then we're still 3 days later going to maybe re-implement this? What?
Canadian Prime Minister.
Or was he told that this would drop the fucking stock market like a rock and they can't afford to do that right now because they're riding this fucking AI bubble into the ground?
Slightly less confident that a deal was at hand, saying in part, quote,
the worst part is, like, we all hate Trump, obviously, just because he's just, there's so many fucking reasons. But the worst one is the fact that it's like, dude, he really is fucking out. He's fucking us. We're all paying more because of this. This sucks.
There is important work still to be done. The tariffs on Canada would have been a 50% tariff on some $20 billion worth of goods, covering everything from dairy.
Question is, do you eat your ramen bricks like dry sometimes?
Dairy products and alcohol to furniture,
just
and
like a crunchy snack.
More. About 5% of Canadian exports to the United States.
I haven't done it in years, but I used to do that a lot.
This morning, U.S. alcohol producers, for one, are really hoping the progress of these talks is real. A Canadian boycott has hit the industry very hard.
Yeah,
a leading industry group noted overnight these bans have caused exports of American spirits
70%
to drop by more than 70%.
Holy crap.
Joining me right now is Justin Wolfers, an economics professor at the University of Michigan. It's good to see you again. And Justin, thanks for being here.
Australian.
If this set of
Wait a minute. No, he's not.
Tariffs.
Sorry, guys. Ravy.
What?
Rebecca, I'm sorry. You guys, you share that honor.
Go into effect. What?
Ravy, Rebecca, Ravy.
Do you think the impact would be? How would you rate the success of Trump's?
You said his name first.
I guess we'll continue to call it.
You can tell that I grew up with twin sisters.
A trade war, a trade tension with Canada to this point.
Mate, calling it a trade tension. I've got a friend who's getting divorced right now, and she calls that tensions. Look, actually, I want to congratulate the president because
that was actually legit funny.
We do have a deal.
Good for him.
We have a deal with Canada. It was called NAFTA. The president.
Oh wait, did we determine that he's from New Zealand and not Australia?
Ripped that up, and he renegotiated it and called it the USMCA. The United States literally has a free trade deal with Canada. Both sides have signed it. It's existing law in both countries.
He's definitely had a taste of fame, and he is enjoying it.
What's happened instead is that the president has decided that what he wants to do is up the ante and engage in a whole bunch of melodramatics, which doesn't look like it's going to achieve very much. He's threatened our free trade partner, one of our closest trading partners and allies, with 50% across the board tariffs. They've come back and they've said, no, we have a free trade agreement. We would like a free trade agreement. And there's all these negotiations that are going on, which are basically how much closer to our existing agreement are we going to get back to?
Do you?
If I just do this all.
I mean, does this give him leverage over the renegotiations over NAFTA, USMCA, whatever we're going to call it now?
I mean, we can give it a different name every week. It's terrific. Not really. Here's the problem. If I came to you, Kate, having been married 7 times and been in 7 different relationships and having cheated on each of those 7 past wives, and I said, Kate, will you marry me? How much would you be willing to give up?
I don't know. She seems like she might say, fuck, yes. I don't know. My guy seems like he's in.
Your current life to join that marriage with me.
I'm just going to say, man.
The answer is less. because I had shown myself to be...
He's definitely got some riz, man. Like, good for him.
...an unreliable partner. So you might say, I'm willing to do the stuff
right out the bat.
with you, Justin, as long as it works for me. But if it doesn't work right away, you know what? I don't really trust your word anymore. So he's narrowed the scope of things that we could possibly strike an agreement or strike a deal with. That's the first point. There's actually a second point. The president declared early on that he wanted Canada to be the 51st state, whether they wanted it or not. To continue the analogy, he's not really that keen on consent. It turns out that's a terrible way to begin a relationship. And the problem in Canada right now is not what the Canadian government's doing, it's what Canadians are doing.
She can't control herself. Like,
Canadians are going to the store and they're picking up products and they're saying, was this made in the United States or not? And if it's made in the United States, they put it back down. So Mark Carney and the Canadian government can sign any number of trade agreements, but you can't change what's in the heart of Canadians right now. They have an expression up there, elbows up, which is they're sick of being bullied. They don't want to be part of this game anymore. And no matter what trade deals get signed, Canadians don't want to spend time in the United States, for instance.
I mean, Justin, you took me on a journey. I also believe I will be calling my husband in this commercial break. But you brought it. You did. We did land the plane. I think we did at the end.
I don't know. She understood how that looked. Dude, you can't even speak.
Fascinating.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. No. That was not a criticism. I just didn't know I was going to be proposed to this morning, and I really enjoyed it. With a little dash of a trade war at the same time. It is great to see you. Thank you so much. Let us see what happens in the next.
That was a fun segment.
3 days.
I'm glad that, you know what?
I really appreciate it, Justin.
That was humanizing. That was very humanizing on her part. Like, I gotta say. I'm gonna have to call my husband. It's like, Lucy, you got some explaining to do. All right. Americans have been paying a chaos tax due to unpredictability of Trump's policies.
Let's discuss with Ron Insana, MS Now business analyst and author of The Message of the Markets on Substack. Jackie Kucinich, Washington Bureau Chief for the Boston Globe, and our MS Now Capitol Hill reporter Kevin Fry. And right here on set with me, former senior advisor to President Biden, John McCarthy. John, you know, it's not uncommon for the fortunes
a who's who of who
of a party to be tied to the president during a midterm cycle. But this seems like a dramatic reversal when this was a hallmark promise of the president to turn the economy around.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we're almost talking about tariffs in
I swear, Helen, straight to the moon.
Really what Americans have been paying the last several months is a chaos tax.
Wait,
because businesses
Kate,
can't predict what's happening 3 months out.
Kate.
American families don't know if the president's going to do something and suddenly upend the cost of groceries and gas. And that's really what's been the issue here. For years and decades even, Republicans have been the party of business stability, lower tax rates, stable rules. The president has completely upended that, and Republicans in the midterm are going to have to go out and campaign on a system that they didn't ultimately design. So I think that this is going to be a real problem for them as they're looking towards November, and I think the Democrats are in a really good place to campaign on a stronger message of lowering costs.
Yeah, and it's not just Democrats, it's not just the polls, and city after city, Trump voters themselves are now telling us that this economy is just not delivering.
Wait, moderates really fuck up our affordability angle?
For them.
Yeah, they kind of do.
Here's what we heard from some of the 3-time Trump voters in Florida. This is just a sample.
He's robbed more people. So, yeah, I'm not his fan of anymore. I thought he was for real, but now I see the people he puts in office, and they're all his buddies. We can't have the 1%ers running everything. You know, the money they have,
pissed, man.
The power.
They are pissed.
They just owning everything, own all the homes, all the businesses. What's that leave us?
Guess he tried, and now we're in this war, so it's not happening. So I'm a little disappointed with that. People are struggling to stay in their homes,
a little bit.
Put groceries on the table. They cut more programs that you need, or the money that should be allocated for American people, I believe, have been going elsewhere.
Jackie, the president keeps insisting that affordability is a hoax, prices are actually down, and he, as recently as the last few days, said he's not going to apologize for $4 gas in the context of the Iran war. It doesn't seem like that's a winning message for his party.
It certainly isn't helpful for these Republicans, particularly.
You know what it's when Biden opened the border and allowed 31 million illegal aliens in the country at bankrupt the entire black community. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Those are in these tough races. I mean, to John's point, when you
this is an entire alternate reality that they live in. Dude.
Zoom in somewhere like Michigan or Maine, when you're talking about these taxes, these tariffs on Canada. These economies are very entwined with Canadian.
I couldn't help but just laugh at that one. That was
economy, and
like,
so
damn, it's like a meme of a fucking
to John's
Republican
point,
right
the
there.
businesses can't plan, and Republican candidates are left trying to explain this. Susan Collins, for example, has come out against a 50% tariff and has done what she can to try to convince the White House to dial that back. But this is in addition to gas prices, to the rising cost of food, and is just creating even more headwinds for these Republican candidates who are trying to walk that line of not getting crossways with the president, but also with addressing the concerns of their constituents, which is very much about affordability and not about marble in the White House grass.
So, John, on the other side of the aisle, Politico points out that in 2024, high gas prices were a key attack line for Republicans in political ads. But now the tables have turned. The Democrats are leveraging this, are trying to harness some of their momentum on the economy. Is it enough for Democrats, let's talk about them for a moment, to just say there's a problem here, or do they need to actually outline specific policy items and agenda items that will give some relief to the American people?
Well, interestingly, Democrats in Congress have already done this, and that's the good news. Now, Democrats need to spend 100% of their time talking about the 90% of the things that we already agree on. Yeah. Because if you look at what will make up the ultimate Democratic majority in the House,
this is oddly enough something
the Congressional Progressive Caucus and the more centrist New Dem coalition have already put out affordability agendas with specific plans of what they're going to target. Almost all of these things overlap. That's where the people want to hear us having a fight. They want to talk about how we're going to lower healthcare costs, how we're going to stop price gouging at grocery stores.
Yeah, they want they want substance.
That's where the center of gravity needs to be for Democrats heading into November.
Ron, when you are talking about economic concerns, what do you think is on the top of the list for voters? Is it gas prices? Is it affording rent?
Yeah, I think it's energy prices. Yeah. Energy prices very broadly.
Fuck yeah, that's why data centers are such a hot... Dude, we've all seen it. That's why data centers are a hot button issue. Like, I saw it in my fucking bill, and all of a sudden, we have a good explanation. Except this is what sucks. It's a data center that's fucking 40 minutes away from me, and it's still impacting everybody in this fucking city.
Because it's not just the price of gas.
And then we have another one going up right on Lake Michigan, apparently.
Individuals are about to be hit with higher costs for food. Diesel costs are going up rather dramatically, and that's how food and other goods are shipped around the country. So the cost of shipping is going to go up, or transporting is going to go up, and we're going to feel that. The cost of fertilizer continues to go up because the war with Iran is still in full.
What do we use fertilizer for? Food? What?
And so that means food prices could go up more than they already have. So I think at the front line of all this is the war with Iran, causing this energy price spike, causing interest rates to go up, pushing up mortgages, and then behind that you've got the cost of food. So
and here he is just being like, this is the greatest economy we've ever had. We've never had a better economy. It's all a hoax, fake news. Anybody that says anything that's not good about Donald Trump, and they don't just kiss my ass and go, sir, I love you, sir. You guys all need to be like Natalie. Natalie, she sucks my ass so hard. You know what? I don't even need enemas. Every time she looks like a tick.
Those two basic necessities. And granted, policymakers sometimes take those out of the inflation equation to see what the underlying rate of price.
Oh, actually, that would be that's a disgusting visual, but also a good political cartoon.
Increases is you can't really do that when the lived experience for most Americans is around energy and food costs, and those are the things that are most sticky right now.
Ended 900 wars just like he promised. Yep,
and that's what's hurting the economy the most at the moment.
And we know that lived experience could be a highly motivating factor when people go to the polls. Kevin, I know that you're following a pivotal Senate race in Alaska, which could also hinge on gas prices.
You guys are hanging over on Twitch and you haven't already followed.
And how does this change the calculus for Democrats?
Not subbed.
Yeah, I mean, look, so obviously gas prices in Alaska are already higher than in most states across the lower 48. But then you also look beyond just, Anchorage and up into some of the more rural areas where they receive their gas and home heating fuel and other
this guy sounds like or looks like he was born saying this just did.
Essentially via barge, and those arrive once or twice a year before the waterways start to freeze. And so you have prices that are now back on the way up as the Iran war is once again intensified. And so in some of these communities, they're going to be stuck with higher prices that are going to persist for months and months down the road. So even if we see a lull in prices here in the lower 48, they might be stuck with it. And obviously, Alaska is going to be a potentially pivotal race as Democrats try to flip control of the Senate. Mary Peltola, the Democrat there, has been hitting Dan Sullivan in that race repeatedly over.
I mean, her polling is pretty fucking strong.
Gas prices and also his votes against reining in the Iran war. So if Democrats are able to flip that seat, that could help inch them closer to getting the
for Dan Sullivan or Dan Sullivan
seats that they need to pick up across the country, especially if another seat, say, for example, Michigan, where we've seen some of the polling is not necessarily as stellar for Democrats at the moment, might fall by the wayside. So gas prices, yes, obviously important across the country, but based on what I've been hearing from folks in Alaska and some of the experts there, this could be a really perennial issue heading in to the fall, especially as those.
Yeah, because then they're starting to offshore their stuff. That was the whole point of people living in Alaska, because they're just like the natural resources. I think at one point said you guys get like the cheapest energy, and now they're just like, everything's getting really fucking expensive, and we're still living in Alaska.
Those gas prices get stuck in some.
It's great when it's warm.
Of those more rural regions.
Ron, how long could it be before we see any relief at the pump?
Tell me when the war is going to end, and tell me when ships are not going to be attacked by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz. Tell me when the Strait opens. Tell me when Oman is taken off the president's hit list, or even some of the more basic.
This, it's that bad, guys. The economy is not going to recover.
Gulf states that are being attacked by Iran. When all of that comes to an end, we could see a meaningful drop in energy prices. But unless or until that happens, we are stuck at these prices or higher. And so there's really no way around this. It's not like the president cannot mandate gasoline prices down, even though they tried those freedom stations a couple of months ago in Pennsylvania and southern Jersey.
If you can, hey, let's put it this way. If you can afford this kind of stuff, then maybe consider throwing a sub or a membership, It
has really no impact on the price of gas nationally. So this is really both about the war, and as you mentioned at the top of this conversation, Ariel, the tariffs are having an impact on prices as well. So those two things taken together, unless or until they are resolved in a favorable manner, prices stay high.
I just want to ping pong back, Jackie. Should Republicans be worried? Are Republicans in Washington worried about what could happen in Alaska?
I mean, I think they're looking at the entire map, and that is now
especially after Markowski's voting record.
The map, because of everything everyone just outlined. I think we began this cycle not really thinking the Senate was in play, and now it very much is, and it is largely in part of policies that the president willingly implemented. This war was a war of choice, and a lot of Trump voters didn't want voted for him because they wanted out of these wars.
If we can switch Maine and Michigan right there.
So Republicans having to contend with that, absolutely they're worried, and they're going to need every penny of all the money that they're raising to try to keep the Senate.
John.
And it's not just going to be gas prices, right? Part of it is because that Mary Peltola is an exceptional candidate. And people in Washington sometimes think that Alaska looks one way, but it's one of, a pretty diverse state. About 40% of the population is diverse, Black, Hispanic, and Native, and it's a very high union density state. This is a place that Democrats have been trying to put on the map for a while, and I think she's the right candidate to do it.
Ron, the conservative Washington Times, this is today's
Wait, they confirmed that Nick Shirley was a plant?
On-page top headline. Trump embraces Biden policies amid economic crunch, backs drug pricing, use of oil reserve. What's the lesson in this?
Well, I mean, it's the same lesson that President Biden, to a certain extent, learned, but then, lost on, which is unless you can actually bring prices down, you don't win elections. And yes, he's, this president has drained the strategic petroleum reserves to levels we've not seen since 1982, something President Biden did not do because that raises the risk of disruptions in the energy market that could keep prices higher, even if the war comes to an end.
Also, this is assuming that there aren't going to be other disruptions. Like the whole thing with Ukraine right now, apparently there's some shit there that could totally tank the world economy that we're just not talking about?
You have to refill that petroleum reserve. That means the government's buying it and pushing the price back up. And so all of these different things, and you add to this some non-Biden experiments that this president is undertaking that he would have otherwise criticized as somewhat socialist, like buying stakes or obtaining stakes in 31.
Well, let's be fair. You would also be criticizing, Biden and anybody like
American companies that are now at least in part government owned, and they're pulling levers that don't really matter at the end of the day to what people are experiencing, particularly middle income and lower income individuals. And today they moved to lower interest rates by buying long-term treasury bonds, but that is only good until November 4th, the day after the midterm elections, not surprisingly.
Sorry, I got a hair that got tangled. Haha. Oh, that really fucking hurt. Okay, we're good. All right. Yeah, we're gonna just get through this stuff. U.S. bond sell-off. All right, this is again scary as shit because now we're leading towards if the stock market fucking AI bubble pops, we have nothing to fall back on anymore because the bonds market is now fucked. It's completely fucked.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, markets have been open for 6 minutes. Let's get down to business. The yield on the 30-year U.S. Treasury bond has hit its highest level since 2007 as investors remain very worried about inflation and government borrowing.
Right.
So what does it mean for the state of our economy? Joining me now to discuss this and more, Scott Lincicome, Vice President of General Economics at the Cato Institute, and Greg Ip, the Wall Street Journal's Chief Economics Commentator.
Unfortunately, these are the guys we need to listen to.
And Deputy Economics Editor. Okay, Greg, why is this happening, and what does it mean for the average American who is not focused on the bond market?
Okay, there's several reasons that long-term interest rates, which is what bond yields are going up. First of all, I think there were a lot of hopes that the Fed could cut interest rates this year, but inflation has been sticky, and with the war in Iran pushing up the price of oil, nobody thinks that's going to happen. So that's one factor. Another is that we have this federal deficit, which is approaching, actually topped $2 trillion this year. The federal debt is approaching $40 trillion.
Dude.
All that borrowing is pushing up interest rates. Yeah. And the Treasury is now competing with
they want more. They want fucking trillions more. Dude, we don't have that type of revenue.
Companies building AI data centers who have to borrow money for that. So that's pushing up long-term costs.
Just doing this
and
shit.
Finally, it's a global phenomenon. You look at Japan.
White masculinity. Donald Trump eats.
Japan is also seeing rising long-term interest rates. What does that mean for the average family? Well, things like mortgage rates.
I don't know. With some of the shit that's in the Epstein files, he could.
And business borrowing rates.
But I'm going to just say that's alleged.
Those are all essentially benchmarked to the long-term Treasury yield. So what you're seeing in the bond market is making borrowing more expensive for every business and household out there.
That's a hilarious name. Hi. Welcome to the show.
Here's what's really interesting to me, Scott. In the early days of the Trump administration, the bond market and bond yields specifically seemed to be the only guardrail for President Trump, right? He even appeared to back down from certain announcements when rates would go up. It seems like that's not the case anymore.
Well, he doesn't have as many levers to pull, I think, is one of the issues. When
this is what happens when you lose leverage.
Markets freaked out after Liberation Day. The president could go and negotiate a bunch of deals and lower the tariffs and exempt a bunch of stuff, and that could cause bond markets to chill out a bit. This time around, well, the tariffs are already lower, and he's not going to get rid of them entirely. Yes, he could end the Iran war, but that's easier said than done, whereas he's learning. And quite frankly, there's no interest in Washington or in the White House to address the debt, and which being driven by profligate spending and a bunch of tax cuts as well. So there aren't any levers that he's at least willing to pull.
Do you know what's amazing to me? The fact that Washington has no interest in addressing the debt. Months before President Trump won, I saw Scott Bessent speak at an event, and he was practically foaming at the mouth of why we needed to elect a Republican because our debt and deficit crisis was so disastrous. It was putting the future of our country
it's so refreshing
at risk.
To see somebody
and
on
now here
mainstream
he is as our Treasury Secretary, and it's like we're pretending the debt burden is no big deal. I want to ask you about this new op-ed in the New York Times.
And of course, like God forbid the fucking Democrats or the DSA members for that matter all win, that's the first thing they're going to say is just like it's the deficit is their fault.
That stagflation,
and
I know that's not something people here focus on a lot, but stagflation
same thing.
from the 1970s is back. Rising prices, slower economic growth. What do you think about that, Scott? Because if it is, that's bad news.
Yeah. No, he's really. It's so funny how he said, "I don't want to be Jimmy Carter." It's like, dude, you're literally doing the Jimmy Carter thing. I mean, you're even doing shit with Iran. And you were just like, I don't want to be Jimmy Carter.
Don't think we're at the full-on 1970s stagflation yet, but certainly you're seeing some signs of mini stagflation. Inflation, especially if you look at the PCE index, which is what the Fed cares about, is still well above that 2% benchmark. Core PCE is now around 3.3%. And outside of the AI boom, which look has been very healthy, that's a big tailwind. But outside of that, everything else has been pretty tepid. You throw in slowing demographics.
Well, it's all being propped up by AI, which again is really proving its its value.
Immigration restrictions, all those tariffs, and all that uncertainty. And I think you're getting this mixture of not really high 1970s inflation and 1970s growth, but a miniature version of that.
And Steph, if I could just jump in here for a second, I think that if we sort of use one term, stagflation, it sort of obscures the fact that we really have two economies here. If you're anywhere in the corporate sector, this is not stagnation. This is boom times. The economy is growing. Profits are up. Profit margins are at a record. The stock market hits record after record. It is a great time to be a corporation right now. And that's the big driver of the growth that we do have, around 2%. If you're a worker, not so much. No. I mean, we know, for example, that because of the stickiness of inflation, average hourly earnings are basically flat to slightly negative when you adjust for inflation. So I don't think it's so much a stagflation writ large story. I think there's a two-track economy where the average wage earner is struggling with stagnation, but everybody else, especially in the corporate side, doing pretty good.
And what will be the impact of that, Greg? Because, pile on to that. Think about all the companies that are now getting paid back tens of millions of dollars from the government because of the tariffs that the Supreme Court deemed unlawful. Those companies are now facing somewhat of a windfall getting all that cash back. But the American consumer who paid up during the time of tariffs, which in some parts we're still in.
Yeah, are they lowering prices? No.
Not getting a refund check.
Yeah. Are they putting it back into the business to make sure that we get the discounts? No.
Well, so a couple things.
Costco is.
We know that a lot of the tariff costs were absorbed in the company's profit margins. So it's not that surprising that they're responding to the refunds by padding their profit margins. But on the positive side, it probably means that we're going to have lower inflation, at least from imported goods in the coming year, because we're not piling on additional tariffs. It's sort of like the feels so good when it stops phenomenon. At the other,
but Trump got his
at the
money.
same time. But I do think there's a bigger picture here, Steph, which is that, for example, in July, we saw zero job growth. In fact, 5 of the last 12 months, we had negative job growth. And I think that speaks to the risk in the next year or two that as companies find more ways to deliver goods and services with fewer people or the same people that they already have because of AI, we're in kind of like a jobless boom right now.
A jobless boom sounds slightly scary to me. Quickly before we go, because we're talking tariffs, Scott, Canada is set to face new ones as high as 50% midnight tonight. You think this is going to happen? Canada.
No. Well, it didn't.
I don't think it's going to happen.
We do not need to cover that part. All right. Kushner bends the knee to Israel after Trump humiliation. I'll speed this one up. I also hit the like button. If you guys could do the same for me, that would be awesome.
Jared Kushner was recently in Israel for meetings over the purported Gaza peace plan. In an interview after those meetings, he indicated that they would let Israel, quote unquote, finish the job. Let's take a listen.
We're very committed to the fact that we have a plan to rebuild Gaza, but we will not allow Gaza to be rebuilt until the demilitarization occurs. Nobody wants to put more money into a place that's gone on for so long until if it's just going to be taken over by terrorists or blown up again. We're also not going to restrict Israel's right to defend itself if there are any imminent threats, and so we had to clarify what that means. We could be seeing progress, as much as in as little as 30 days, hopefully on starting to take some of the weapons out and hopefully filling in some of the tunnels as well in the next 60 to 90 days as well. So progress could come quite soon, but we do need cooperation from both sides, and we're going to hopefully get through. But we've made.
You know why I get mad at the people that talk about the Rockefellers and like the fucking conspiracy bullshit? Guys like him. because they just ignore him.
A lot of progress to get here.
Right in front of their face, and they're just like, well, I don't know. I'd rather talk about like Rockefeller family and stuff because it's more convenient to talk about stuff that happened in the past, and then I can just wax on that.
For Israel, we think this is a win-win situation because if Hamas actually gives over the weapons and the tunnels, willingly over the next 60 to 90 days, that obviously would be the elimination of a huge security threat for Israel, almost an unthinkable achievement. And if they don't follow through now on their commitment, everyone will see that they're not genuine about peace, and then Israel will have a lot more support from the U.S. and others to go and finish the job in the appropriate way.
What did I say?
Those comments represent one more instance of the U.S. capitulating to Israeli demands and positioning this time with regard to potential demilitarization and dearming of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Join us now to talk about why we seem to see this trend happening over and over again are Eli Clifton of the Quincy Institute and Ian Lustig, political science professor at the University of Pennsylvania. They are also co-authors of a new book, Israel's Lobby, America in the Grip of a Foreign Power. Gentlemen, welcome to you both.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, of course. So, Ian, let me go ahead and start with you. Why did you think it was important to write this book at this particular moment?
There have been many books in the past about the Israel lobby. John Mearsheimer and Steve Walt wrote an important book 20 years ago, but the world has changed so much, and the lobby has changed with it to pose threats to America, which are much more severe than people have realized in the past. In the past, what is now a toxic special relationship with Israel cost America a great deal in its foreign relations. Now it's not just a matter of paying a high price abroad for policies that can have no daylight between Washington and Jerusalem, but there's threats to American freedoms at home because the lobby, unable to defend Israeli policies, is resorting to suppressing American freedoms, specifically punishing, prosecuting anyone who tries to seriously criticize the relationship between the United States and Israel or criticize Israeli policies, especially in Gaza and Lebanon.
Right. And Eli, I want to ask about that point about the changes that have taken place just in very recent years. You get into a lot of this in the book, both the changes in Israeli politics, but also I just wanted to zero in on this one point you all make. You write the 2010 Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission Supreme Court decision combined with a dramatic increase in the proportion of national wealth controlled by the super rich opened the floodgates for narrow special interests to invest unlimited money in the American campaign finance economy. And could you walk us through a bit how we have seen post-Citizens United, particularly money start concentrating even more on this issue in particular?
I mean, it was like Israel was just chomping at the bit for that Citizens United ruling.
That's right. So to be clear, when Citizens United, when that in the Speech Now decisions first came down, the greatest fear that was being discussed was the possibility that corporate money and dark money would flood our campaigns, and they did to a degree. That was a well-placed fear. But perhaps the thing that people hadn't anticipated is that a small group of plutocrats, of billionaire donors, would mobilize and would do so publicly, stating that the reason that they were doing it was because of Israel and their desire to get politicians elected and to get policies in place that would continue that no daylight policy between Washington.
It's like, like big conspiracy about globalists. Well,
Israel. And what we saw in the first post-Citizens United election, which was in 2012, was suddenly Sheldon Adelson came out of the gates, giving millions and millions of dollars first to Newt Gingrich's primary campaign, and then Mitt Romney's, when Mitt Romney was the nominee for the Republican Party. And what was really interesting to see in that campaign was the degree of honesty and forthright manner with which Adelson, his advisors, and Newt Gingrich talked about this new influx of money into the campaign, saying that the reason that Adelson himself said the reason he was doing it was because of Israel. Newt Gingrich said the reason my biggest donor is doing this is because of Israel, a foreign country. And Adelson's own advisors were out there really trying to make clear that the reason this was happening was because of Israel. Now, flash forward, as we track in our book,
America's screwed. We have losers in our business and political leaders.
Billionaires gave over $1.7 billion into our campaign finance system to influence our elections since Citizens United. And all of those billionaires spoke about, or through their philanthropy, we can infer that
this is kind of why you need forced socialism. I hate to say it. Like, this is why you need to force them to pay their taxes.
Reason that they were motivated to engage in our political process.
And not listen to their fucking stupid bullshit where it's just like, no new taxes. It's just like, look deeper into like the proposals before you just go, no new taxes. Like, I was just in a red area of Chicago today where it's like, they have the Republican Party saying no new taxes and we need to cut costs. It's like, what?
Process and to give such large sums of
we have a balanced budget here in Illinois, bro. Like,
money was because of Israel. That was their central driving issue for engaging.
I'm so sick of these fucking Republicans every time coming in like we're better at business, and everybody's like, and then every single time they leave us with a fucking deficit and a broken system. It's awesome.
With that degree of money and wealth seeking to determine the outcomes
every
of
once
elections.
In a while, like I say,
I would say that
it is Sometimes America deserves what we got.
A key element is the Citizens United decision allowed the lobby to pivot to this focus on a small group of ultra-rich individuals, even as Israel's public support for Israel within the electorate craters during this time. But it is made up for by the fact that our elections have become something that plutocrats are allowed to have an outsized say in.
Yeah.
And Eli, is that the only mechanism that is used here to create impact in our politics, to wield influence in our politics? And I don't mean to downplay whatsoever. We've all witnessed just in this election season alone the tens of millions of dollars that are flooding into some of these races, mostly to confuse and mislead voters. The ads have nothing to do whatsoever with Israel. Oftentimes the money is funneled through a variety of different PACs to try to obscure where it ultimately is coming from. So we know that
different PACs to different candidates, and this is why you see certain races have like 6 people in there.
Has a massive impact. Are there other mechanisms that they use as well, though, in order to try to get the results from our elected leadership that we may not be as aware of?
Well, I think that in terms of trying to control the debate, which is something that Ian referenced earlier, that these plutocrats, when you look at what other things they advocate for, and the things
that's why they want
actually
us out here talking about trans people in bathrooms and blah blah blah. I think that I mean, you still have these idiots that are just like, yeah, the left takes over, they're coming for the Gurns, and then you have Trump literally doing things like with, again, trans people, funny enough, where he's like, I'm going to take the pew-pews away from them. We can't have them with the pew-pews. That doesn't make any sense. And then you got people like, yeah, take it from them. All their civil liberties. They don't deserve it. They're weird.
Directly involved in...
Without looking at the reality behind it, where it's like, dude, this is going to be turned on you. At some point, it's going to be turned on you when they come for your property, because, again, at some point, you're going to be like, why do I need to pay taxes? And it's just like, well,
for instance, Miriam Adelson serving as the...
Well, I voted for this. I also voted for ICE expansions where they can go and do the bidding of the IRS, because I wanted them to go and get the takers off of the system.
President of the McAdee...
Why they're coming after me? Wait a minute. I had my money like a good white American.
Task Force. McAdee Task Force is the main organization that was pushing for the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, that has been pushing for the withholding of federal funds to universities because they've allowed criticism of Israel on their campuses. And as a result, you're seeing that there is basically a mobilization of state power.
No, it's genuinely funny when I see people with "Don't Tread on Me" flags now, and then they're also like Trump supporters. It's just like, that's not okay.
To try to
cognitive dissonance 101,
stifle criticism of Israel, and calls for a meaningful change in policy from elected officials. Now, it really helps if you're leading that push for the weaponization of state power to stifle speech, if you happen to also have been the largest donors to the politicians who have the ability to make those decisions.
I also wanted to ask, Ian, what it's like to be a researcher in this space, a writer in this space, because obviously you referenced Mearsheimer. That's been something that we've had him talk about on the show as well.
If you haven't already, please do.
Talk to us a little bit about the pressure, the pushback. Maybe it's less now because of public opinion, as Crystal referenced earlier, but the headwinds, what's it been like to work on this book and to speak out on this issue?
I might disagree, but...
Well, I mean, I've been working in this space for over half a century. I have felt a responsibility and a fascination. I'm Jewish. I have been exposed to just about every argument, every smear you can imagine. But in fact, I've survived. And what I have found that has changed since the Walton Mearsheimer book is that the country knows that AIPAC and the Israel lobby is now an issue. And although the reviewers of the Walton Mearsheimer book could smear them as anti-Semites and then prevent people from really ever reading the book, most of those reviews never dealt with anything the book said, just talked about the authors as if they were anti-Semites. I don't think the lobby can get away with that with our book. I think they're going to have to either try to stay silent because they can't argue against us, or actually engage the arguments, in which case we will have accomplished a great deal, because the objective of the lobby now is to prevent discussion of Israel publicly and to control and punish those who try to raise that issue. So things have changed. One has to have a thick skin and a sense of humor, but one also has to focus on the facts, on the analysis, not on appeals to prejudices, appeals to mysterious conspiracy theories. We're talking about very specific mechanisms of power, mechanisms of influence that operate in the United States and that do so legally and that do so with success because of the commitment of the people behind them and because of the structure of American politics that encourages the mobilization of special interests.
Eli, to pick up on some of that, so we've been tracking, of course, in today's show, the Florida election results on the one hand, which are highly relevant to this conversation, actually. On the one hand, you had the shock victory of Angie Nixon, who is a DSA member. She's an avowed anti-Zionist. She opposes genocide. She introduced a resolution that got 2 votes in the Florida State House, calling for a ceasefire in November, just a month after October 7th. Then on the Republican side, you have some, I think it's fair to say, genuine bigots running, capturing the attention of young Republicans. In particular, you had James Fishback running for governor. You had Dan Bilzerian running against another bigot, Randy Fine, in that primary. Both of them lost, but they both also got into double digits. And they both also did quite well among young Republicans. So I'm curious what you make of those, how you make sense of those developments and how you view them, and whether or not you are concerned that some of the genuine information that you reveal here could fuel some of those bigoted conspiracy theories.
Well, to answer both of those questions, to address the first one, I think it's really important to zoom out from sort of the horse race political coverage. And believe me, I'm susceptible to being pulled into that as much as anyone. But I think it's really important to look at overall,
I'm glad he said that,
what does it take for Israel's lobby to continue to be competitive within...
It's like a train wreck where you're just like, hold on.
This environment, where, as we talked about earlier, they can't even talk about Israel
even
in
when
the
you're
ads
trying to
that
be
they
a
are
good
paying
person,
to
you're
put
like,
on
don't
the
be
air.
like everybody else.
And the simple answer is that the price is literally going up. At this point in the 2026 election cycle, Israel lobby super PACs have raised around $160 million and spent around 150 of that. And that number is going to continue to tick up.
And they spend all of that on like media spaces. That's what's really crazy, or media spots.
General election. They're not done raising our spending.
Radio,
I think it's entirely
TV
plausible that they will raise and
like,
spend somewhere in the vicinity of $250 million, trying to influence election outcomes,
and
both
then
in the primaries as
ads on YouTube,
well as in the general election in this cycle. So the numbers are going up at a really, really rapid pace of what they have to spend. And they're getting, the short answer is obviously, as you alluded to, mixed success in getting the candidates elected that they would like to see. But each win and each loss is costing a lot more money than it used to. That is very, very clear. As for whether the message and the facts that we present in our book can be misused by bigots or anti-Semites, I'm sure that some of them can. But I think it's also dangerous to abandon this space and to avoid engaging with the very clear reality that pro-Israel special interest groups and the roles that they have in our elections and in our democracy at this point. Because abandoning that space, not engaging with it because of the fact that there might be some uncomfortable facts in there that could be misused by people who already hold anti-Semitic or conspiratorial views, effectively sort of abandons that space to those people, allowing them to sort of run roughshod with whatever theories, even if they're no longer fact-based in any way, shape, or form, they want to try to propagate for their own nefarious purposes. So I think it's
they do it well too.
Extremely important.
That's the part where I hate to say it. Like, they are very effective with their messaging, like the way that they just spam it, dude.
To present facts,
and then
to engage with
like,
this.
What really crushes me is when it finally gets to somebody that I know, and I'm like, oh God.
As a real phenomenon in our democracy,
and then I feel
and to talk about it in a manner
like,
that explicitly rejects anti-Semitism and bigotry and generalizations about Jewish Americans. The lobby would like nothing more than to conflate Jewish Americans with the Israel lobby.
Yeah, that's exactly. And trust me, that's what's happening. Like, a lot of the Christians in my life, they're very much like, we're not okay with what Israel's doing to Palestine, but we also will not abandon Israel.
Lay out explicitly in our book from the introduction onwards. That is a falsehood.
Then they could also
that is
say,
an anti-Semitic trope, as a matter of fact.
And
we really need to examine the facts to understand why that is so wrong.
And last question for me is to you, Ian, and you can certainly pick up on that last point as well. I was just going to ask, we started this segment with the Jared Kushner clip, the recent Jared Kushner clip. He's certainly been involved in these negotiations, arguably leading these negotiations in the Iran war, the Gaza conflict as well. What have we seen with the Trump administration that takes this to a different level?
Well, let me do it both. Let me follow up a bit on Eli's.
Yeah.
Because there's no question that the lobby is using the conflation of anti-Semitism with criticism of Israel in order, as I said, to suppress and prevent discussion of Israel and its evaluating its policies. One of the techniques they use is to call Israel the collective Jew. And once they treat Israel as the collective Jew, then any criticism of Israel can be seen as and condemned as an attack on all Jews. This is outrageous because it forces American Jews into a position as if Israel is their homeland. It's their country. That's not true. So, but then the lobby goes ahead and tries to benefit from what it sees as or codes as an upsurge in anti-Semitism. There really is a threat of anti-Semitism in the United States, and most of it is due to Israel's policies in the name of the Jewish people. So it's people like us who are focusing on the facts, not on wacky conspiracy theories or mystical ideas, that can make that key distinction between criticism of Israel and and normal and real anti-Semitism. Now look at Jared Kushner. You know, I find it a little amusing when Jared Kushner was on CBS after the so-called success of forming the Board of Peace and ending the war. What he said was very clearly, yes, we got the ceasefire and all this other silly stuff. We had spent a lot of time on the complex issues. There's nothing's ever really going to be done about it. And so I don't take seriously all of this fluff about the Board of Peace and reconstruction. He is shoulder to shoulder with the Israeli government. He may put a few ambiguous words around it, but you could hear in that talk that he gave that he never looks for what the interests or the safety
academic, and he's had it.
The Palestinians are. Everything is couched as if it's all a matter of what's a win-win for Israel. This is exactly what we're talking about. This demand by the lobby that any American government, whether it's associates, whether it's an ideological commitment, as Biden had to Zionism, whether it's a purely transactional commitment, which is what the Trump administration has, but the insistence of the lobby that there be no daylight between the American government and the Israeli government, and that is costing the United States more and more and more.
And I did want to get your perspective as a political scientist on some of the election results that we've seen, specifically this Angie Nixon shock victory in Florida. She spent literally $0 on television. $0. And was able to win, and it wasn't even close. Alex Vindman, as a well-known figure, was
that has to scare the shit out of a lot of establishment people. Like, I think that's kind of cool.
You know, the star of one of the Trump impeachments. He was running millions of dollars of TV ads across the state. I'm not going to pretend Israel was the only issue, but it was a very clear dividing line between these two candidates. And Angie Nixon was able to prevail against incredibly long odds here. I wonder what you make of this result, and perhaps tie it back to you started by saying we're at a particularly dangerous moment because of the way that the Israel lobby is trying to crack down on free speech here in the U.S. It also seems that they're at a particularly precarious and vulnerable moment, given the way that these political results have changed and given the way that public opinion has shifted so dramatically.
Some wackos in chat.
There's a complicated set of questions you're asking me, and one can't learn everything one wants to learn by the outcome of one primary election in Florida. One thing that's happening is that the Democratic base has become much more critical of Israel and for the first time motivated to vote in large measure about the Israeli situation, plus commitments that are associated with alienation from capitalism, that capitalism isn't working for a lot of the people in the Democratic base, and they don't think it can.
They're going to call it a fluke or an outlier. But that's where I'm saying. We already know that part, but realistically, it's just enjoy the fact that we know that they're panicking.
Are concerned that too many candidates from that progressive DSA orientation might not be able to.
Let's also be real. She's likely not to win.
Prevail in the general election are correct.
Did I just say that right? Not likely to win.
This country is polarized. There's a very even split, and I think people can reasonably worry about that. I think one of the things that's going on, which we have been tracking since Obama came to power, is the role of social media, and whether Vindman, for example, ended up spending his money very, very unwisely on conventional television commercials, whereas Nixon actually cleverly used social media, which is much more important for, at least for the Democratic base voters in the primary. So there's a lot that's going on the Israeli side.
Well, no, he's also ignoring on the ground stuff. The fact that she was in the community and she actually made herself known and did a lot of canvassing. Do not ignore that.
Israelis are increasingly aware, but
that was huge,
that their love affair with Trump has cost them enormous, and their extremity of the policies that Netanyahu is engaged in has cost them tremendous amount of standing in the United States. That they are now fighting for an Israeli position in the United States they never had to at the public opinion level, and starting to feel that at the level of the political class. The Israelis are in an election campaign right now. Netanyahu may or may not return as a prime minister. My hunch is that he will not. But in Israel, there'll be an attempt by the lobby to use the disappearance of Netanyahu as a new day, that Israel has completely changed. But really, the government that wakes in the wings, although it won't have the extremity of some of the ministers in the Netanyahu government, they will not change Israel's policies toward Palestinians. Those policies are not going to change. The fear that I have is that American politicians will use a cosmetic change in Israeli political profile, to treat it as if everything has changed and the United States can go back to a comfortable special relationship with the quote-unquote only democracy in the Middle East. In my opinion, the United States really has to reorient itself toward this problem and think about solutions in the future that are anchored in an end to the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza through integration of all the people who live between the Jordan and the sea into one democratic country. It can be called Israel, it can be called Israel-Palestine, but it has to be democratic and it has to honor the collective principle of equality for everyone who lives under the same government.
And Eli, one last one for you. We have seen examples, of course, in both recent and longer history of presidents that buck what Israeli leadership wants them to do. Probably the most significant example in recent years is President Obama moving forward with the JCPOA, the Iranian nuclear deal. How do you explain those instances? And is there a danger that this analysis that focuses so much on simply the interest of the Israel lobby and the impact of that money denies agency to Biden and Trump for taking these, what I think most Americans would agree are horrific actions and enabling what most would say is a genocide?
Well, I think Obama's success with the JCPOA, at least short-term success with it, since ultimately it was torn up, was that he proved that you can stare down the lobby, that you can actually mobilize your party if the lobby leans in and makes this a partisan issue, which they did, much by following Netanyahu's lead in mobilizing Republicans to oppose it. It turns out that most Democrats, if urged to do so by the leader of their party, when that leader is the president, will ultimately choose to stand with the Democratic Party. And I think that that's something that AIPAC, even going into that fight, was very concerned about, because that was a monumental shift in how the Israel lobby functions, in that they had previously held a great deal of power by only picking fights that they could generally win, but also have maintained.
That's kind of that's where I was saying it was refreshing seeing them put so much money into certain races like Michigan with Abdul. They lost a lot of money on that one, guys.
Maintaining the appearance of a bipartisan consensus around their core issues. And that was really AIPAC.
You ever thought about that too? Like where it's like, okay, so we give money to Israel. Israel gives money to AIPAC to run against American candidates.
Becoming partisan, starting to engage in partisan politics. They quickly spun up a super PAC in the wake of that, which again engages in both primary and general elections around the country. They entered into our electoral politics in a way that they had not done so before. As for does this somehow sell short the agency of presidents? I don't think it does. Obviously, they have agency, but what we try to show in the book time and time again are the instances in which presidents really did state what it was that they wanted to do, what their top advisors wanted them to do. We provide examples for Truman, Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, certainly an example of Obama, obviously an example of Trump, certainly Obama in his first term, incidentally, with his failed attempt to push for a two-state solution as his foreign policy priority in his first term. And time and again, what we show are the instances in which they have pretty much shown both what their top advisors and these presidents wanted to pursue, and then we show the mechanisms through which the lobby tried to steer these presidents away from either imposing a peace on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or the ways in which they sought to shape U.S. policy regionally when it comes to issues like Iran. And what that shows isn't that these presidents didn't have agency, but that the lobby did have an enormous capacity and really a one-sided ability to bring pressure onto presidents to shape their decision-making in a manner that brought in concerns about domestic political repercussions, but in doing so, steered them away from the strategic and security-oriented policies that they wanted to pursue. Now, again, that doesn't remove any agency from these presidents, but it does show how a lobby that is largely aligned with a foreign country can operate when there is absolutely, at least historically, nothing to counterbalance its influence inside the halls of power.
The book is Israel's Lobby. Could not possibly be more timely. Highly recommended to everyone. Go and pick it up and check it out. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining.
I was not intending on watching that whole thing, but it was actually pretty good. All right, so Natalie Harp's brother on her sad obsession with Trump.
The brother of top Trump aide Natalie Harp is speaking out front tonight. Preston Harp has been estranged from his sister for a few years, but obviously you can see they grew up together. He's sharing these photos with out front.
That's how that goes.
Them together as children, weighing in on the intense attention that Natalie is now getting after Democratic Senator John Ossoff raised questions.
Why just those? So he brought two photos
about her role in this.
How estranged are they? Holy crap!
White House. Preston. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you, and I know you've shared some photos with us, you and your sister Natalie as children. Obviously, there you are, Padres fans. There you are with your parents, and now your sister is front and center in the news. I mean, front and center as it gets. Did you ever think you'd see something like this?
No, it really blows my mind.
I mean, you know, your sister, my understanding is, first became known to Trump back in 2019. And at the time, she credited him, Preston, with helping her beat a tragic battle, but one that she incredibly beat with bone cancer. Here's what she said.
This president pushed that forward and possibly saved your life.
He did. As I like to say, I'm not dying from cancer anymore thanks to President Trump. I'm living with cancer. I'm living the quality of life that I always wanted to have, that it took me 4 years to find because I wasn't offered it here. It took President Trump going to Washington to be able to get that for me.
And after that, Preston, she had speaking slots at the Faith and Freedom Conference, at the 2020 RNC, right? She became very high profile and then started working for Trump. How much do you think she truly believed that Trump saved her life?
Well, that's an interesting question. But if she thinks about it, what he did was he made experimental drugs legal to try, and the insurance would pay for it.
Yeah.
So it's not like he like physically saved her life, you know? It's kind of different. Like,
no, it was a good policy. That's objectively a good policy.
It's like
though.
Donald Trump didn't pay his own money to save my sister's life. So it really just depends how you look at it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, and look, I guess it's just one example of everyone trying to understand, you know, who this person is who spends so much time and, you know, is with the president all the time, right? He's the commander in chief and she has such an important role. So there was a series called The Art of the Surge just a couple of years ago, Preston, 2024. And in it, your sister talks extensively about working for Trump. I just wanted to play a clip of it for you. Here she is.
Politics was never something I liked. Business was my background, real estate, MBA. I was very much not interested in politics in California. I feel like you get the same kind of sort of politicians. But when I was sick, I started watching the Republican debates. He was my first exposure to politics, and I loved it. Like, this guy, you know, he gets it.
Oh my God, she's so dumb.
So she says there he was her first exposure to politics, right? You guys grew up in the same home, the same family, so you understand where she's coming from in a way that no one else does.
Yeah. I mean,
what do you think drew her to him?
Well, my mom raised us with the idea that American exceptionalism was the correct way of looking at things, that the United States is the boss of the world, that, like, you know, slavery was back then, that was normal. People weren't bad because they had slaves. And
so your mom was a horrible person.
And it's like Trump wants to take all those books out of schools. He wants to rewrite history. And so, like, I think that my sister, unfortunately, didn't break out of that delusion that my mom raised us with. And Trump is like everything that my mom taught us to respect.
Yeah.
So I think that's where her infatuation.
Yikes, Mom. Yeah.
For Trump comes from, honestly, because I don't think it's a physical attraction. Let's get real. You know, like, personally, I don't think so.
It's
so
power.
When you use the word,
you know what, they usually like that veneer
infatuation. I understand your point about, you know, the nature of it. She obviously is his assistant. She they call her the human printer, right? She prints everything. She takes his social media dictation. She accompanies him on almost every trip, including when he goes to Mar-a-Lago or his golf club in New Jersey on the weekends. And she was, of course, President, as we're all now aware, one of the very few people who did not include the Secretary of State or Treasury that Trump took off Air Force One via that catering truck.
That was hilarious.
I mean,
that was funny. Caroline Leavitt was pissed about that.
If you really,
I don't care what they say. Oh, Caroline Leavitt, she just wants to go spend some time with her family. It's just like, dude. No, that was 1,000%. You took that bitch?
Friends, and
I go to, like, I saw somebody literally do that where it's like, I go to bat for you every day. I have lost hair. I have given up my family for you, and you took that bitch?
Loyal.
I don't fucking think so. You can spin your own fucking lies there, Trumpy boy.
To your team, why would you just go peace out and take another airplane when you think the other airplane's going to get shot down? Like,
what do you think it is about her? I mean, what do you?
She looks like Ivanka.
You make of how much the president relies on her? We've learned a lot, you know, I mean, from Maggie Haberman.
He doesn't want to say it, but he wants to say it.
And Jonathan Swanson, the book, we've learned right about his incredible reliance on her at all hours of the day to post social media posts, just as one example.
Yeah. I think that Trump's best friends are people who are his fan club, you know? Like, and so she's his biggest fan. And so that's probably why he likes her. And like, she's good looking. She's got a good personality. Like,
you gonna say it?
I don't know.
I want to ask you, Preston, something
she thinks that he saved. She thinks that he saved her life. So, like, somebody living with that kind of gratitude, that must feel pretty good.
I want to ask you about something. I don't know if you knew about this. You probably didn't. But we're just breaking it here at CNN this hour. And that is, two sources, Preston, are telling CNN that your sister was involved, back in October 2023, right? The context here is Donald Trump's motorcade was going to leave Trump Tower for a court appearance.
He looks like the guy from Samurai Cop.
All getting into the motorcade. There was sort of a screaming match about who was getting in what car. And it turned out that there wasn't room for Natalie. So she insisted. She said, no, Trump had personally asked her to come to this court appearance, so she needed to be in the car. Now, according to these sources,
what's his shirt?
The end result is
he wants his shirt to be seen.
Your sister jumped into the trunk of one of the motorcade vehicles to go to the court appearance in Lower Manhattan.
That's really funny. I didn't even know about that.
I mean, what is your reaction to that? I mean, you're laughing, but I mean, is it funny or what? I mean, you know her, so that's why.
I'm sorry. It's actually kind of sad. That's obsession. that's like an unhealthy obsession with someone if you're going to jump into the trunk of their car. Like,
yeah.
So I mentioned Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan's book, Regime Change, Preston, which of course I know you've heard a lot about it, but in that, Natalie's name became known to a lot of people, right? Prior to the whole NATO plane incident, she was in the book as an important player, and her role, her importance to the president became clear. They report that she left him, the president, a series of letters in personal spaces where she told him, "You're all that matters to me," in one, and another one she writes, "I want to bring you joy." And then they say that Trump said, "Your sister is the only one who loved him as much as his wife and kids." So what is your reaction to this? Does this sound like her? Or, the person that you knew well, your sister?
What the hell?
Yeah. I mean, basically, I'd say since she was like 16, she's had an obsession with gosh, how do I explain this?
Power?
She's written letters to other presidents. Let me put it that way. And so like her dream came true finally.
Oh, interesting. So you're saying that she actually was very aware of politics, right? And that she had written other presidents' letters. Do you happen to know which ones or what they were about or anything, Preston, that you would be able to share here?
I didn't see the letter, but George Bush, obviously, during the Iraq War.
And did anything ever come of that? I mean, did the White House ever respond or anything, or she just sort of sent a letter?
No, they never responded.
Please free me,
now,
marry
look,
him.
I've been emphasizing
Melania.
obviously you know her in a way that no one else does as her brother, but you are obviously estranged from her at this time. But we see those pictures of you all as children in your family.
I mean, where is Melania?
If she was listening to
seriously, hashtag where's Melania?
You right now, is there anything you'd want to tell her?
Yeah, I love you. I hope that you change and that you wake up and you realize that everybody on this earth is part of a human family, and no country is better than any other country. And the history of the United States is unfortunately really sad, and it shouldn't be rewritten. We got to all come together and try to make it better.
Hell yeah, bro.
Well, I really appreciate your time and taking the time.
Yeah, no, that guy's rad.
To talk to us. Obviously, your sister's in a position of incredible influence and power, and that's important to all Americans. So thank you for sharing with us.
No problem.
That's cool, man. Good job. All right, flock cameras. That's all I'll just say.
We got an important follow-up for you, and it goes back to a few weeks ago on the show when we told you about an automatic license plate reader known as ALPRs. Those are controversial. They're AI-powered, the license plate readers. They line roads and they line parking lots across the country. They create time-stamped records of virtually every vehicle that passes their cameras. And the details are then uploaded into a searchable database which many law enforcement agencies have access to. Some see these cameras as a helpful tool for law enforcement. Flock Safety, the largest provider of ALPRs in the U.S., says that its technology supported more than 1 million criminal investigations and incidents in 2025. But many everyday Americans, on the other hand, see this as a tool of surveillance.
It is. That's exactly what it is.
Come with me to a protest for.
We can't wait to see where you go.
Whoa, who is that?
We're the Panopticon. We'll read your license plate to see where you're headed.
Oh God, that's really creepy.
You're being recorded without your permission by a big company called Axon.
What the are you using these flock cameras for? Y'all not even a flock of eagles. Y'all a bunch of flock of vultures.
Yep. There have been few things in recent years that have roused as much ire as Flock. Companies like Motorola Solutions, Gentek, Axon, they all make similar devices, but Flock's massive network, roughly 83% of the estimated 130,000 total cameras nationwide, has put their company at the center of controversy. So yeah, you might remember about a month ago on this very program, we did a Connect special report on Flock's concerning national lookup tool and how it could give agents like ICE and CBP indirect access to data that could potentially aid in immigration enforcement. And that is despite Flock not even having a partnership with federal immigration agencies. And journalists have put in some extraordinary work since we last hit this topic. We have learned a hell of a lot more, like this Washington Post analysis. It found this.
This is what's great about our country. This is why our press, our free press, is something we need to protect. Because this shit, it could be easily squashed by like the higher powers or the powers that be.
Authorities have charged or accused at least 50 law enforcement officers of using license plate readers for unauthorized purposes, including
banned flock. Now we just have
stalk women without their knowledge or consent.
I have no birds.
Flock's system was involved in 46 of these cases. Flock's CEO responded to this report on Friday.
I don't think that Flock created police abuse.
Why do all these guys look just subhuman? Like, what is this? Or not subhuman. What's the word I'm looking for? Not like fake human. They look synthetic.
I mean, can you put yourself in those women's shoes?
Well, no, it's horrible, and I apologize.
Did you
lizard person
take enough responsibility soon enough?
I think hindsight is a brutal tool. Of course, we could have done more earlier, and we listen and we learn, and we'll continue to move forward.
There's a report by 404 Media. It tells us how police in Wisconsin
need to put that guy out of business 10,000%.
Used Flock to determine a man travels to Michigan frequently, where marijuana is legal, then back to Wisconsin, where it is illegal. That's what they used it for, to help establish probable cause and search the car.
There you go.
The man was later arrested on marijuana possession charges. And then there's this from Business Insider. It's an exclusive report.
Like I said, this is 1,000% them
report on how the Flock system in Roseville, California,
abusing their fucking power. But this is where lawyers, come on, guys,
misread the license plates, and 71% of alerts sent to the police.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to take some hits.
Flock told Business Insider this happened in part due to the city's atypical setup: older hardware, higher placement of cameras. MS Now reached out to Flock Safety for comment on all of these incidents. We did not hear back. The company's website says this, quote, "New features, upgrades, and software improvements roll out regularly." All of this new reporting, coupled with general concerns about privacy, have triggered pretty major fallout for Flock and similar companies. According to DFlock, a group that tracks ALPRs and educates on the dangers of them, 23 different states have seen Flock contracts canceled or rejected or deactivated.
God, I want to see that all over the country.
In 2026. And across the country, protests and demonstrations and heated city council meetings have gotten underway. There's even a growing movement of activists targeting automatic license plate readers, with folks like this masked man on your screen filming themselves actually vandalizing and destroying cameras. In Tennessee, one man allegedly shot 4 Flock cameras in July. The growing disdain for this technology is coming from both sides of the aisle. Something to connect in.
Yep. Flock and data centers are the one thing that every American's just like, what the fuck are you doing?
In these polarizing times.
And then you this is where I keep saying, guys, class. It's all the class. This is the class shit, the class war. And this is where it's like, all right, data centers, fine. Flock cameras, fine. All in your areas. I mean, they probably already love the security aspect of this, but they can have it all pointing just at them.
I guess. But we don't want violence, and we don't want to be spied on. And
this is the price of security. Like, we already went through this with 9/11, where it was just like, how many of your freedoms are you willing to give up for the fucking security theater?
In all seriousness, this issue of privacy has arguably reached a boiling point.
A boiling point, yeah.
DFlock told MS Now, quote, "The growing movement to end the use of automatic license plate readers is at heart a struggle to address a long-brewing crisis of democracy."
Why would it be?
And that's why, starting today, DFlock says the National Week of Action is happening in 447 different cities. They told MS Now they hope to convince local governments this: put public funding toward programs that have been proven to address the root causes of crime and violence rather than in surveillance. I should add that DFlock says it does not, quote, advocate for or coordinating the disabling or destroying of cameras. And that brings us to the latest turn in this saga, because the backlash appears to have reached the very top. Last week, Flock Safety announced new safety measures, including cutting the default data retention from 30 days to 7, requiring law enforcement agencies to opt into audit assistance, they call it, by the end of the year, which will flag abnormal search behavior and lock users out of the system.
That seems like a Band-Aid.
Require users to justify each search with case codes, and offering
Oh, interesting.
Offense filtering for sharing.
Okay, so that's going to do away with the cops just fucking spying on their loved ones.
It'll give cities more control over data. Coming up next, we're going to speak to someone who has reported on all of this, another guest who has been on the ground following the story closely as well. We'll be right back. Joining me now to discuss the growing criticism of flock license plate.
As I said, man, Jacob Sarbaroff, his coverage has been pretty fucking tight.
Are Joseph Cox, the co-founder of 404 Media, which has been leading much of the coverage, extraordinarily so, on ALPRs. He's also the author of Dark Wire, the incredible true story of the largest sting operation ever, and Aaron Fernando, the organizer with Flock Off Ithaca. Thanks to you both for being here. Joseph, I want to start with you. We talked to DFlock, as I mentioned, and they told us at MS Now that the new security measures don't adequately address concerns with these ALPRs. And let me read a little bit of what they said. ALPRs are fundamentally a dangerous tool which no one should be able to use. Cities, counties, states across the country have had laws in place designed to prevent ALPRs from being used for a variety of purposes. Police have regularly been caught breaking these laws, even years ago. Based on your reporting,
can't lose your freedom
sort of
if you
these
don't
new
have
announcements actually do anything to plug the holes that are most concerning to civil libertarians, ordinary people now that they're rising up across the country?
The other thing that we can all agree on is the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate. What, that he lost handedly and that dude, he might have ruined his career with that. I'm all jokes aside. Andrew Wilson made a huge mistake doing that debate because
I think Flock has a.
And he thought he cooked for a second there, but after watching, you know what? Fuck
pattern of introducing new measures when
his response,
media coverage comes out and then they're forced to do so. When we did the stuff about ICE, they removed California from this national network. They removed Illinois, Virginia as well. They did that. Then there's all of this reporting later about cops abusing the system. We did that in June, and the Washington Post did as well. They introduced more measures. So clearly there's sort of a whack-a-mole approach or a piecemeal approach.
Yeah, and then you have the township fucking stuff that's happening too. This isn't even by county. I found that out the hard way.
It really depends where you are sort of on the spectrum of this technology. Some people just do not want these cameras whatsoever. Other people are like, well, we want regulation, but we still see the benefit. I see the conversation moving probably towards these people need to get a warrant. You know, the ACLU is trying to push for that. EFF is trying to push for that. That would ensure that a cop can't just go and start looking up their ex-wife or whatever, even if it is just 7 days of data.
And ultimately, on a state level, that could be legislated, but on a federal level as well would codify this nationwide. What are lawmakers saying about doing that?
There isn't much movement, I would say, when it comes to actually codifying it. There has been some interesting Supreme Court rulings recently about digital data and digital location data. We need to see whether that applies to Flock. Like that needs to be litigated, that needs to go through courts, but there is movement there that organizations like the ACLU are going to be jumping onto that.
Aaron, let me bring you in here because part of the reason we know so much about this is that people on the ground have spoken up when they see these cameras, when they hear incidents of people's interactions with them. Can you give us a little bit more perspective about what it's like there, how folks in the community are responding?
Yeah, so I'm in Ithaca, New York, and we're situated in Tompkins County, and we have actually pressured our city and county governments to end their contracts with Flock. There was widespread discontent with the fact that the equipment was going up, so it took a little bit between the contract being signed and when the equipment started going up. But once it was going up, it was just very salient, very like in people's lives. You could see it when you were like driving to whatever, the grocery store, maybe your place of worship, maybe to drop off your kids at school. And so people just didn't like being treated basically as if in order to ensure safety, that everyone must be treated as an ever monitored criminal already. And so it was from that the organizing kind of like started and then snowballed.
Ithaca, in the scheme of the size of the municipalities, is probably certainly not the biggest. How many people would you say are sort of getting involved in your movement and are opposing these types of automatic license plate readers?
Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know if you've seen like the bullseye model of like organizing. So there's like a core group of organizers. And we did it in a certain way where it was really like, we started it out as just a group of friends being like, we don't really like this. And like, let's maybe go to public comment. And then that was like pretty well received the first time. It was like, okay, maybe we can do a little bit more and a little bit more. And so that core group it eventually grew to about 10 people. But beyond that, then there's like a much larger number. And so what we do is we like put out calls to actions, whether that's on Instagram, Signal groups, and then listservs, like neighborhood listservs, and then all kinds of folks show up. So we haven't quantified how many people have like come through, but it's definitely like far beyond our friend group. And that's really how it became really apparent that the community did not want this.
It started as a small friend group that just expanded.
Joseph, Aaron's point is really well taken. So much of this is happening as well online. And 404 Media, you guys are reporting that the government, we talked about this a little bit, that they're starting to monitor anti-Flock TikTok accounts and Instagram accounts.
Portland 1000.
What does this mean? Why do these findings matter?
Yeah, so Flock has basically become a meme on social media at this point. It is no longer just city council meetings where people are voicing their concerns. People are making Instagram accounts or TikTok accounts to say, we really don't want this technology. And as you said earlier in the program, going and vandalizing these cameras as well. The government is paying attention to that. We've obtained documents from sort of these federal government intelligence hubs, and they are clearly monitoring this sort of activity, and they're keeping a close eye on this deflock week of action. I mean, I think that's just something that even peaceful protesters need to keep in mind, that this stuff is being monitored as well.
Well, we too will keep a close eye on the deflock week of action. This is such important stuff. You have led the way with your reporting, so I appreciate you being here. And Aaron, I appreciate you being here as well. Aaron Fernando, organizer for Flock Off Ithaca, and Joseph Cox, the co-founder of 404 Media.
I am glad to see like that this is picking up steam, and that, mainstream media, they're going to have to cover this because, again, this is beyond partisanship. I kind of like that. I'm a bit tired, but happy to be able to relax now. How am I? I'm good, man. I'm actually having a pretty decent day. Cannot complain. All right, guys, real quick. I'll welcome some new people in. How you guys doing if you're new here? Welcome to the show. I'm Pep. If you've never been here before, we do some news and politics with chill vibes. So hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you haven't already, hit the like button and sub to the channel. Really appreciate that. Helps me out a lot. I have said this a lot. Do that for all creators. Don't be stingy. Here we go. You know what? Fuck it. We were just talking about the Candace thing. Let's talk about the Candace thing.
Hey, kid. People were randomly, as soon as I said I would take it. So first it's she's scared. There's money on the table. And that's what I'm doing wrong. I'm being scared and not taking the money. Then I take the money, exactly what he offers, 200K. And I'm the bad guy because how could I take the money?
Wait, she got paid? He paid to get his ass kicked? Oh my God, that's so much worse. Oh my God. Oh, what? No, hold on. I gotta, let's go to his response first then. Because this is even crazy. All right. Here. Andrew Wilson response. Hey, that's enough. Please don't come in here and just act a fool. Like, I'm not doing this today. Dude, he is literally just being such a pain in the ass. This fucking cat, dude. Here, I'll play this.
The money. These people are insane. They're just insane. There's no way to make them happy. They can't leave you alone and let you just investigate the case because you got to, the money's on the table. And then they chastise you for taking the money. And they were all instantly like, Candace needs to establish a trust for Erica Kirk. Like the people outside of Michael Knowles, the people that I absolutely despise, all saying this in unison, that I need to donate this money and establish.
Found it.
Investigation, my ass. They didn't even bother to do any due diligence at all.
Matrix.
I'm not a fucking reporter. I'm not an investigative journalist. How the fuck am I?
It's with the shadowy hat.
Guy on the internet who fucking has stalled out left-wing agendas where I can. How the fuck am I the only one who has the logic or reason here
Oh, Bandit, thank you for the 5 subs. I appreciate that.
In search of real, tangible
You guys
evidence.
just got a gifted
Why?
sub. You can thank Mr. Bandit. Welcome to the membership squad, the Pep Squad.
I have a shitload of never before seen, never before publicly released evidence. Tons of it.
Well, wouldn't that have been the time to show it?
No, I'm not going to drip it out.
Wait, Andrew Wilson deletes podcasts after making people pay to watch it. My opinion below. He hyped up a big release to create anticipation. He told people that they had to become paying members to see it. People subscribed, paid specifically because that was the promise. He collected the membership money. Then he removed the video from the channel because people paid to access it on. Paying members are now being denied the content that they were persuaded to purchase. Damn, dude.
Out.
Again, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Maybe some of it. I kind of thought about some of it because I have a feeling I know where she's going to go after her bullshit gets refuted with actual.
I think we got one more.
And so I have evidence for that too.
The right wing is so cooked. The crazy conspiracy theorist is being seen as the winner of a debate against a supposedly logical Lord Andrew Wilson.
I just couldn't believe it.
Well, just look at how sad, like, dude, I'm just saying, like,
for going down there is the best.
I've watched enough of his content to know when he shook, he is fucking shook here.
$300,000 I ever spent. To get her on record and tie her to her positions. And she tied herself to her position.
He spent $300K on that.
0%.
Holy crap, dude.
0% chance it wasn't Robinson. Yes, Israel and France were involved. Yes, Erica Kirk is complicit. Yes, tie her to her fucking, tie them to their claims, man. No evidence that he's a patsy whatsoever. No evidence for any of her claims, but I have tons of evidence to the contrary of her claims.
Okay, so now that we watched that, we can go back and hear. I only went 30 seconds in. Now we can get her response to that because this is how. She's saying how she's spending her $300K.
People were randomly, as soon as I said I would take it. So first, it's she's scared.
I can't believe he paid to get cooked.
And that's what I'm doing
so
wrong.
Weird.
I'm being scared and not taking the money. Then I take the money, exactly what he offers, $200K, and I'm the bad guy because how could I take the money? These people are insane. They're just insane. There's no way to make them happy. They can't leave you alone and let you just investigate the case because you got to, the money's on the table. And then they chastise you for taking the money. And they were all instantly like,
she feels a little guilty for taking the money, huh?
Trust for Erica Kirk. Like the people outside of Michael Knowles, the people that I absolutely despise, all saying this in unison that I need to donate.
Did he spend it or did PBD? I think that Andrew spent it because he was the one who made the offer.
And establish a trust.
PBD might have put up something, but children. I know that Andrew was on the hook for most of it.
And people just randomly telling me what I should do with the money. Like, for example, this person, multimillionaire Candace Owens, should donate her victory money to Tyler Robinson's defense if she really thinks that he's innocent. Andrew Wilson put his money where his mouth is. Why
call
doesn't
out and
Candace?
Not wrong.
Like, I didn't offer Tyler Robinson publicly go
he paid
across
$300K.
things and say, I'm gonna, to prove to people that I think he's innocent.
Yeah, dude.
I'm going to give $300. I never did that. I don't do that. Those sorts of things. That's not what I do. I'm not braggadocious, and nor would any person who knows the least bit about finance be so stupid as to spend $300,000 to have a conversation with someone who debates for free. Always. Do my annual debates with Piers Morgan. They're for free. Been debating all across college campus. I was doing that for free. I've had debates with Rabbi Shmuley, who I can't stand, on Piers Morgan for free. And so it's just so interesting.
Damn, did you guys see that Rabbi Shmuley video of him twerking on a kid?
My entire life, all these people ever do
fucking gross
is message me kindly and respectfully.
I would be shocked to see him on Piers Morgan again.
Around. That's how it works. I've hosted debates. There's been no money involved. This is unique because Turning Point USA just hates me this much. And we're obviously, Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett were retweeting him as he was going after me and offering more and more money.
Wait, who paid who? Okay, so here's the thing. At one point, Candace Owens, she made a retort to Andrew saying that she would pay him $500,000 to have the debate, but he already offered on Joe Rogan $300,000 to her to take the debate. So she was like, wait a minute, why would I have to wait? No, I'll take your debate. So she reached out to PBD and they did this whole thing. And yeah, I guess Andrew literally paid her $300K.
Well, they think the solution to that is for me to open
like he got
a
cooked,
trust
dude.
for Charlie's children, which in a way, I know it's not, but it feels like money laundering.
PNW.
The organization that's hunting
Thanks
me.
for the raid,
you
man.
want me to then give the money
Hope you had a good stream.
to the person who'd be in control.
Welcome
that
in,
would,
Raiders.
At first, of course, would be Erica. First and foremost, what
This
I
is
want to
your
say
first time here on
there's-
Pep. Nice to meet
there
you.
are a few things I despise more than fake altruism. People who do charity as a part of a PR program and
Thank
not
you, sir.
because it's
Appreciate
necessary
that.
or needed.
Doing
And
IRL?
Charlie
Nice.
Kirk's children
I call those
have
pep
been
walks.
multimillionaires while he was alive, and that increased in his death. Many people opened trusts, raised money. The last thing that Charlie Kirk's children need is more money. What they need is a stable parent, and unfortunately, I can't give them that.
Bam,
I can't give them that.
Bambi,
Mom doesn't
how you
want to be
doing?
home. Dad,
You're from
can't
Lefty
be
Stream?
home.
Well, welcome in.
And the one
Appreciate you
thing
being
they
here.
need is not a bunch of influencers
Hope you,
using them as a
enjoy the
talking
vibe.
point and just suggesting that 300 more
Cover
K
politics
could
and news and
plausibly
try
make
to
a
chill.
difference. And like I said, there's something about
Sometimes
it
I
that just
get
feels
heated.
icky. Like the
How
very
can you
people who
not?
sent the person to hunt you are basically trying to
for
create a
the
peer
follow.
pressure campaign
Appreciate
for you
that.
to give the money back. Like that's not going to stand
Thank
for
you.
me. And so instead,
Also, I
what would
am
like to
on
announce that I'm
YouTube.
doing with my money thus
I have
far,
a more
where I
active
decided,
chat
other than the fact that I
technically
did go
on
to Waffle
YouTube.
House
So if
this
you guys are
weekend,
interested, please
is I'm
consider
going to take care of the
subscribing over there.
people who took care of me.
Where most of my VODs are.
As this organization has fixated, sent influencers, is a part and parcel of these group chats that are coming together.
I do
Protect Eric
marathon
Kirk,
streaming
people
and
who
mostly
have
live.
attempted to make our children
You gotta
feel
drive?
unsafe.
Nice.
They have gotten
Gonna work,
behind,
though. Cool.
retweeted, supported.
Drive safe.
I'm going to look out for those people. People like my sister. If you want an organization that's going to get money from me, it's going to be the Catholic Church, the priests that took care of me emotionally when I was coming apart with the realization that
My koozies in the
Charlie and everything that he had worked for, he was being
dishwasher,
he's been
so.
betrayed. He has. Charlie has been betrayed. Everybody can see that. You betray him
Far
every
in the
single day when
west.
you do these sorts of things. You betray who he was. You betray the friendships that he had. You lie constantly.
Well,
about
that's
who
the thing. He was lying about
the
having
things that he-
text message from like a specific text message from Charlie to him.
He was thinking.
Like, dude, the biggest thing to come from this too is people finding the stolen valor shit. Like, I don't think that he's going to be able to go into the debate sphere right now and not get cooked because you just bring up the two things where it's just like, bro, how'd you go into that debate with Candace and not know what you were talking about? And you were so confident that she had no receipts and she didn't know what she was talking about.
I am
That was
not going
crazy.
to take any instruction from Turning Point USA or any of their affiliates or any of these
say hi,
neocon
everybody.
dogs that they send out on what I should do with the money. It's just not going to happen. So, yeah, I'm going to take care of my sisters. I'm going to give money to the Catholic Church, and then I'm going to decide what I want to do. That's it. You were the ones who offered the money. You were the ones who retweeted it. And so it's therefore mine. You can skip all of your fake altruism. Why don't you guys give more money to that organization? Because the direction that they're headed, I don't see that this is going to be an organization in 10 years down the road. I see it crashing and burning like everybody else does. And like I said, for the first time ever, the left and the right are united in their disgust for what this organization has become. And that was not a feeling that people had on the right, especially in the wake of the assassination. So you guys did this. This was your loss, your L, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
That was definitely wow. That was actually kind of quick the way that she covered that. I thought that was going to be a little bit longer. Axolotlian, hey, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Ooh, yeah. Okay. That. I'll do that later. We kind of already covered the historic victory for the DSA. So here, you know what? We kind of got through most of the stories I had pulled up for today. I haven't done that in a while. It's been at least 2 weeks, so. By the way, guys, like I said, if you are new here, welcome to the show. We're going to be coming up to the 420 on the show here. In just about 20 minutes. 23, 24 minutes. When I'm on for 4 hours and 20 minutes, we do a little celebration and then we kind of cover something fun. But I'm only going to be able to do one like quick video because I got some stuff going on tonight. So, all right, let's bring on. Stan is having himself a connection. There we go. Also, I got the cat. We got the cat. There we go. Cat on the lap. Lap cat. There we go. Oh my god. You hide over there, man. You make it hard to get you on camera here. There we go. You little scamp. That's insane. He paid to get totally dominated and also ruined his whole persona and career. Yeah, dude. Here, you know what? Let's pull up the Andrew Wilson Stolen Valor. I think we might have watched this yesterday. Wait, 1 month ago? Wait, so this has been exposed for a while now? Yeah, because we watched the Valhalla VFT picture response. Okay, yeah. Andrew Wilson begs for help with Candace Owens debate. Erica Kirk takes over the world. Wait, what? Oh, here we go. We got Philly. Let's do a Philly D. There we go.
The Joe Rogan, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk situation and conspiracies, they have hit a new high as you've got huge new Tyler Robinson updates. A Democratic socialist just won in Florida in an insane upset as far-right candidates there lost. But also, there's something that a lot of people are missing there. Texas Tech is using AI to decide what professors can and can't teach, and why a bunch of Gandalfs just descended on Peter Thiel's home. We're talking about all of that and even more.
Wait, what?
Today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, you daily dive into the news, starting with this. If there was one word to describe last night's primary elections, it's got to be diverse. Because at one end,
totally off topic, but I see the Godzilla picture in the back. Favorite Godzilla movie.
Socialists, and at the other end, you had far-right extremists putting out
Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla from 1990. I think it was 3.
It was featuring Hitler. And you had primaries in Alaska, California, and Pennsylvania, but by far the most shocking, bizarre, and most talked about elections were in Florida. Because in Florida, of all places, you had yet another Democratic socialist beating an establishment-backed moderate Democrat for the nomination. But I'm talking about Angie Nixon. She's a state representative, and she smacked up Alexander Vindman. Vindman, of course, is a familiar name because he's the former national security aide who testified during Trump's first impeachment trial.
The last time you saw me was here.
-1's the best one to watch,
swearing an oath to tell the truth about a president who broke his.
Right, and Vindman, he had the name recognition, he had the backing of the establishment of Chuck Schumer, and he also had a ton of money. He had over $16 million, which made Nixon's just under $1 million look like chump change. She couldn't even really afford to run a single TV
I didn't realize
ad,
it was
never
that
mind
guy
any
that
polls.
lost.
And actually, there were no public surveys in this race, so really no one had any idea where the electorate was. Or rather, nobody except Vindman himself, because his campaign did run an internal poll, but he didn't spend any money attacking Nixon, so people figured, oh, she must not be a threat. And well, oh my God, if they thought that, they were so wrong. Nixon not only won by 12 points, she beat him in every major metropolitan area except West Palm Beach. She took her own county, Duval, and also Vindman's county, Broward, not to mention Miami-Dade. Now with this, I should note that Nixon is unique. The DSA actually didn't endorse her campaign, and she only joined the organization back in June. But as a state lawmaker for 3 terms, she's been known as a progressive firebrand. With her interrupting the state house with a bullhorn.
Will the DSA actually endorse her come the general?
And then staging a sit-in at Ron DeSantis' office this year to protest his gerrymandered congressional map.
Yo, it's crazy. We were just talking about the Red Lantern Corps. What the fuck? I'll never get used to that, where it's just like, oh yeah, it's totally this, and oh no.
And then when they're getting arrested and using the court case to boost her campaign.
I shouldn't have been the one that got locked up.
They should have been the ones that got locked up.
Though we should also
Damn, dude.
know that last night wasn't all good news. for the further
Firebrand
left
is
in
a
Florida.
good fucking term for her.
Because you had DSA
I
member
like her
Oliver
a
Larkin and
lot.
self-described socialist Elijah Manley losing their House primary races to Jared Moskowitz and Debbie Wasserman Schultz, both moderate pro-Israel Democrats.
Yeah.
But also, for a lot of people that were
believe
further
that.
left, Nixon's victory, it really overshadowed any other defeats.
So overall, not so great night for progressive. Dog, what are you talking about? We're talking about two districts in the House for 458 seats versus the Democratic Senate seat. You understand that one senator is like infinitely more important than House of Representative seats, right? This is an out of control upset for the left insurgent candidate who did not get any national endorsements.
But also, well, you have a lot of people that are thrilled with this outcome, and Vindman saying, he's going to stand by Nixon's side to beat Ashley Moody. You're seeing more moderate Democrats not happy, right? With many of them arguing that this seat was already a long shot for whoever the nominee was going to be, given that it's Florida, where the Cook Political Report has consistently rated the race this year as a solid R. And so with a candidate like Nixon, who's on board with everything from Medicare for all to for-profit prison abolition to ending all aid to Israel, the fear is that she's going to be a layup for the Republicans. And with that, you're seeing conservatives already rolling out the talking points that you can expect to hear a lot over the next few months.
Quote, I can't wait until Donald Trump is arrested and held accountable. So prisons are racist unless you're throwing the white man in them. That's what she's running on. Get whitey. Angie's a one-trick pony. At one of her little Zoom rallies, she booked a poet to call the state of Florida, you guessed it, racist.
And actually, you had Nixon responding to those criticisms on NBC the other day.
The president and Republicans have been very eager to paint the entire Democratic Party as communists and Marxists. Do you worry that those attacks could resonate in a place like Florida, especially considering all the Cuban-American population there?
Look, we can argue all day about people's labels, but at the end of the day, I care about the needs of people. And right now, people are suffering and they're hurting. At the end of the day, the people of Florida and this country, they want someone who's going to be open, honest, and transparent. And I'm that candidate.
Also, another question that's up in the air right now is whether the Democratic Party is going to throw her the money that she's going to need to compete in the general. Because like I said, at least comparatively, she has very little cash on her own. And her opponent, right, the incumbent Senator Ashley Moody, she's sitting on more than $8 million right now.
Angie Nixon, who will be my opponent in November, and her comrades want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on.
So Ashley Moody can call it whatever she wants. But in November, she will call me senator.
And while you had Nixon's race definitely being the most surprising last night, it definitely was not the strangest, right? That prize possibly goes to Republican Representative Randy Fine, who's defending his House seat, because reportedly he was canvassing for his campaign when he knocked on a door and no one answered. But then the doorbell cam apparently caught him snooping through the homeowner's mailbox, with many perplexed, some speculating that he was looking for his opponent's flyers, others guessing that he was probably looking to see if his own campaign's mailers were there. One person even suggested that he was going around the neighborhood stealing people's HelloFresh. But whatever the case, and as weird as that was, he did end up winning his primary with
a federal crime,
Trump's complete and total endorsement. But
Unless
also, that race is still worth talking about because
anymore.
it was, we'll call it special. On one side, there was Fine, who, among other things, has said, if they force us to choose, the choice between dogs and Muslims is not a difficult one, as well as Palestinian as a synonym for evil, and we need more Islamophobia, not less.
Hey. It's interesting because Islamophobia means fear of Islam. And at this point, we have every reason to have that fear, and we need to not be afraid to say that.
And then on the other side, you had Dan Bilzerian, a manosphere influencer, self-described sex addict, and former gambler, who, among other things, has said,
I believe that Jewish supremacy is the greatest threat to America, and I think it's the greatest threat to the world today. I truly believe that.
How many do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
I don't know, but I would bet my entire net worth that it was under 6 million.
He also posted this AI-generated music video on Twitter that, I don't know how to prepare you for it.
The fat Jew, oh, the fat Jew has got poison to sell.
The fuck?
Could we revisit that Austrian painter's opinion?
I guess I should note for the listeners, the video there had Adolf Hitler wearing a painter's apron. And while it's true that Fine, he won the race by a huge margin, Bilzerian also got a decent chunk. He walked away with 19% of the final tally, which is actually more than any of the other three Republicans challenging Fine. And so even though he lost, you're seeing a lot of people out there that are concerned about the fact that he did as well as he did, especially among the younger people who are voting, with many wondering about the future of the GOP, or with people pointing to the popularity of figures like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes among the under 35 demographic. Where you have people saying, in addition to people being critical of Netanyahu and what the Israeli government government is doing. Separately, you also have it showing that that's where polls show anti-Semitism has taken root the most. But then also there, you have many pointing out that it seems like the Republican answer to bigotry is then often just an alternative form of bigotry. Right? And there, you had people noting that when Bilzerian called him a fat Jew, Fine shot back by attacking his dual Armenian citizenship.
Because we don't want this to take root in our party. We don't want Armenians to be able to serve in Congress.
And all of this, it's led to places like Vox declaring, in a year full of ugly primaries across the country, this is without question the ugliest and most hateful. Though that's not to say that it claimed a monopoly on hate, right? All those Islamophobic comments that Fine made, that's kind of become routine fodder for the Republicans on Capitol Hill. You've got Tommy Tuberville saying Islam is not a religion, it's a cult. Nancy Mace said every single Muslim holding public office in America is a Trojan horse. Chip Roy said that there should be no more Muslims in Texas. And Andy Ogle said Muslims don't belong in American society. And so looking at the state of the Republican Party right now, it does seem like it's split between these kind of different factions where, it's at risk of being oversimplified, but you have one group disavowing bigotry of any kind, another loving bigotry of all kinds, and then there's some that are in the middle who kind of like make an exception just for one or the other. But then also all of that brings us to another huge news thing that's dividing folks on the right, and that is the growing conspiracies about who killed Charlie Kirk. Though also, before we fully dive into that, we've got to talk about some very important updates with the ongoing case of Tyler Robinson, who of course is the man charged with assassinating Kirk. Because as we talked about last week, Robinson's defense filed court documents arguing that he shouldn't face the death penalty because the shooter only hit the intended target and no one else was put in grave danger. And while very notably here, Robinson has not yet entered a plea and his lawyers have not said that their client was the shooter, they argue the assassin only fired one bullet above, not through the crowd of thousands that came to see Kirk at the University of Utah, claiming that he hit his target with one shot and did not chamber another round. Right, a very specific argument.
Your money's on the mic.
But now the new updates that you've got today is that prosecutors have now filed a brief hitting back, asking the judge to send Robinson to trial on every charge and make him eligible for the death penalty. And with this, you had them specifically rejecting the defense's claim that the bullet traveled above the crowd, arguing that the evidence actually shows that the shooter intentionally fired towards a crowd of thousands, including several people who were in the line of fire. And they then went on to say that the evidence easily establishes at least probable cause that Robinson knowingly created a great risk of death to others. Beyond that, the attorneys also argue that the evidence shows that the suspect targeted Kirk because
this is the best argument they have.
Another aggregating factor that could make Robinson eligible
what a stupid
for the death penalty.
defense.
You had them specifically pointing to a bullet engraved.
What do they think? It's a fucking laser?
With the inscription, "Hey fascist, catch," as well as a text that Robinson allegedly sent about Kirk that said, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out." And at that point, you have experts widely believing that this case is going to go to trial because prosecutors really only need to establish probable cause that Robinson committed the crimes. Though there, you should know pretty soon after oral arguments end on September 1st. But also, as this case has been playing out in court, we've also been seeing this huge growing debate on the right about the increasing conspiracies that have been swirling around. And Candace Owens, she's probably been one of the biggest and most vocal people in this space, where they're claiming that Robinson did not actually shoot Charlie and that he's just a patsy set up by the feds and potentially in collaboration with some combination of Israel and people working inside Turning Point USA. But then also adding gas to the fire, you had Joe Rogan recently saying that he is starting to buy into Candace's ideas.
The more time goes on, the more I'm leaning towards Candace Owens.
What?
Wait, whoa.
She's got some very interesting theories about it. I don't think any story that you hear in the news is accurate. I think there's always
none or spin on it at least.
There's always some spin.
But the public
so whatever
believes
the spin is about Tyler Robinson,
I hate
some
that
bullshit
I have to agree
it.
with this.
I don't know how much of it is bullshit, but there's some bullshit. And one of the more recent bullshits is they found a photo that they were saying was Tyler Robinson, but then people noticed that because he's real thin, people noticed that the cars in the background, the proportions were distorted. And then they realized that what they had done was taken a guy who's like much wider than Tyler Robinson and shrunken the perspective.
Really?
Yep. Yep. And then when you see him for what he really looks like, you're like, oh, there's no way that's that guy. That guy's big.
And then you're like, well, it's mostly true. Like, no, he's shifting it.
They changed. Like, you look at the hood of the cars behind them; they're all like that narrow.
Who is that guy?
And specifically, you've got Rogan talking about a picture that Candace showed on an episode of her podcast last week that she argued is further evidence for her claim that Robinson did not kill Kirk. Right in that picture in question is a still of a surveillance video that prosecutors released last month, which shows a man that they claim is Tyler Robinson arriving at a parking garage on campus the morning of the shooting. But you've got Candace claiming that she got exclusive 4K stills that were shown to influencers in the courtroom and present a clearer picture of the person in the footage, arguing that the video shown to the public was distorted.
The first one I'm going to show you from that parking garage is what this person looks like. Because if it was less compressed and blurry, which is what we were shown, you might realize that he's kind of a bit broad. Take a look at this. Oh. And I want to be clear, we did not edit these in any way, okay? This is no editing. We're not making him, it's not compressed. This is Tyler Robinson?
Candace also claimed the stills indicate that the person in the video was left-handed, but Robinson is right-handed.
Second thing I'm going to show you is, again, he appears to be
Pep, you
left-handed.
found your in to get on Rogan?
Okay, my government source says that he takes his phone out of his left pocket and then puts an earpiece.
It's like
into his
forever, but for realsies.
left ear. Oh, okay.
And you then have her going on to seemingly imply that the prosecution intentionally distorted the version of the surveillance footage that they showed to the public because they somehow wanted to prevent us from realizing that the man might not be Robinson.
That's a big uh-oh, actually. It might require you to intentionally degrade and blur footage when you go, ooh, that's not the right hand.
And then after that, Candace goes on to list a bunch of other reasons that she thinks that it isn't Robinson. But we're also not going to go into all that because one, it would just take forever. And two, what she's saying appears to be just pure conspiracy. Right? Appearing to take a small thing and then making enormous leaps. But of course, at the same time, you've got a ton of people online running with their narrative, claiming that the man in Candace's stills is not Tyler Robinson and accusing the government of distorting the video. But then you also have plenty of others pushing back, saying that all of this is predicated on stills Candace Owens produced from some unnamed source and claiming that the pictures were actually AI edited. And that's as some of the pushback that you're seeing are coming from big voices on the right, like Ben Shapiro, who slammed Rogan specifically for spreading Owens's conspiracies.
So yesterday, Joe Rogan announced that he is beginning to believe Candace Owens's bizarre theories about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Now, I'm not super shocked by this kind of stuff. Joe Rogan, Joe tends to believe pretty much every conspiracy theory that he can find because, let's be real, conspiracism is fun. There are two things that make this kind of stuff a problem for America more generally. One, when people start treating this stuff seriously. And two, when politicians start treating this stuff seriously because people start treating this stuff seriously. There are a bunch of young men who use Joe Rogan as a sort of political litmus test, which is pretty weird. Or as Joe might say, why?
It is weird.
Right? Joe himself would probably argue that you shouldn't follow him that way.
Now I agree with
because
Ben Shabibo.
Joe himself would say that he's not fully formed on much of this stuff at all. But people do that anyway. Again, that's not Joe's fault. It's just a reality. You know, it turns out that young men will follow pretty much anybody. The big problem is when our political leaders decide to follow this group,
I should know.
which takes us to the modern GOP. So, top members of the GOP, most prominently the vice president, think the path to victory, political victory, lies in winning over the Rogan bros.
Right, and then you have Shapiro going on to turn this into a much broader analysis on the direction of the Republican Party as a whole.
The more wrong he is, the faster he
how
talks.
these divisions have developed and evolved on the right. And then you got to talk about these crazy situations going down at Harvard and Texas Tech. But first,
Harvard and Texas Tech. Wait, what? For what? Oh my God. How is... Okay, I missed this story entirely.
Blanche DeFranco.
Whatever
But then, diving right back into the news, we've got to talk about how this guy stole human body parts donated to Harvard for medical research, and now you've got the university paying tens of millions of dollars to settle a class action lawsuit about it. Because this is Cedric Lodge, and he used to manage the morgue at Harvard Medical School. And part of his job was looking at the donations submitted through the university's anatomical gift program, which allows people to donate their bodies for medical students' education, and then after the studies are done, their remains are cremated. Except, turns out he was fired in 2023 because instead of looking after those body parts, he was stealing them and then selling them on the black market. In fact, for nearly 5 years, starting in 2018, my man Cedric, actually I don't want to say my man Cedric, that man Cedric would allegedly take body parts home with them, including bones, skin, brains, and even entire heads. And you had prosecutors saying that he took the remains without the knowledge or permission of his employer, the donor, or the donor's family, which I fucking hope so. Or the more people that knew about this, the worse it sounds. But also, on that note, he would then, working with his wife Denise, ship them out to buyers in other states. And it seemed really across the Northeast, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. And they were bringing in some nice money. They'll also say, I thought it would be more, right? I'd imagine that if you were going to do something horrendous and disgusting and illegal, you're putting yourself at risk.
His weird little racist movies not doing any numbers.
They reportedly made roughly $37,000 selling these body parts, which, as it turns out, would then often be sold again. Now, as far as Lodge, in addition to being fired, he got indicted back in 2023, and you had Harvard releasing a statement at the time titled Abhorrent Betrayal, saying, we are appalled to learn that something so disturbing could happen on our campus, a community dedicated to healing and serving others. The reported incidents are a betrayal of HMS, and most importantly, each of the individuals who altruistically chose to will their bodies to HMS through the anatomical gift program to advance medical education and research. Well, the story, for some of you, it might sound familiar because we actually did a deep dive into it where he ended up pleading guilty and getting sentenced to 8 years in prison last December. We got updates because for the families of those whose body parts were stolen and sold, that wasn't enough. They still wanted some accountability from Harvard itself. Right? People asking, how did this go on for 5 years and no one at the university caught on? And so they actually started filing lawsuits as soon as Lodge was indicted, alleging negligence, breach of fiduciary duty, and infliction of emotional distress. But it seemed like it might be doomed in 2024 because a Suffolk County Superior Court judge threw out a dozen of them. And you had them ruling that the school isn't responsible for an employee's actions and is protected by the Uniform Anatomical Gift Act's good faith immunity clause. Except then, you had the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court having something different to say. Right? Because with the family's argument that Harvard failed to properly oversee the program, program, you had the SJC saying there was enough to potentially establish pervasive noncompliance with the law. Meaning Harvard, they weren't off the hook and they revived the lawsuits, which then brings us to the very big news that Harvard has agreed to pay $53 million to settle in order to avoid prolonged litigation. With Harvard releasing a statement apologizing to the family of donors and saying these events do not reflect the reverence we hold for the altruistic individuals who selflessly donate their bodies to our program. So that money is going to get split up. And then actually beyond the money, there's actually a scholarship with Harvard saying that they're planning on setting up an annual scholarship to honor the anatomical donors. But then actually jumping from one crazy college story to another, you now have the New York Times reporting that Texas Tech is actively using AI to get rid of left-leaning content in their curriculums. Right, so no more books or other materials that address evil, scary, Republican boogeyman topics like sexual orientation, gender identity, stuff like that. And reportedly, with the faculty being first told about this at a meeting last spring where they were given AI-authored reports that basically outlined everything they're not allowed to teach anymore. Right, and that was met with a lot of confusion, a lot of frustration, and you had one professor calling the document AI slop. And while of course on this show, we've talked about schools giving in to pressure from the Trump administration and changing their policies and content that they teach, using AI to make curriculums more conservative, that is a new, messy layer to this whole higher education crisis. And this Texas Tech AI-assisted censorship, it's not just going to affect what a number of conservatives might call out there super woke content. Or you've got Texas Tech historian Jacob Bell saying he doesn't know how he's supposed to discuss Joan of Arc, who was burned at the stake for a few reasons, but partially for cross-dressing. And then you've got a French studies professor worried about her Holocaust and literature course because it mentions that gay and bisexual men were also targets of the Nazis. Where they're telling the Times now the Holocaust becomes an elective. And so you have the situation where professors, they have no choice but to pretend like parts of history just don't exist because a robot told them so. Now in July, you had the American Association of University Professors in Texas, AAUP.
This was the whole point, man.
AFT suing the university, arguing that the course review effort violates the First Amendment. With
guys
AAUP
have kids,
president
definitely pay attention to this stuff and get to your school meetings because this is going to impact them a lot.
Wolfson saying, by imposing vague, arbitrary, and AI-driven censorship, the administration is replacing academic judgment with bureaucratic surveillance, undermining constitutionally protected speech and reducing higher education to a compliance exercise. Saying that's not education, it's ideological control. And as far as where this is coming from, right, the AI-assisted censorship effort, it's the brainchild of the chancellor of the Texas Tech University system, Brandon Creighton. And you've got Creighton claiming that there's, quote, quite a bit of garbage in the curriculum and that his course review plan will produce the best curriculum in America. Right? He's confident that it will be a national model when we're finished. Also, maybe unrelated, this censorship news is coming a few months after the university invested a whopping $25 million into a major partnership with the tech company NVIDIA.
The future is right here in front of us, and Texas Tech is building it.
The Texas Tech system is still in the beginning phases of the partnership. It revolves around NVIDIA's new Blackwell Ultra B300 hardware, a chip to power supercomputers.
So yeah, they're building a massive AI factory right on the main campus. And they're actually the first R1 top-tier research institution public university in the country to own and operate a system built for agentic AI. And so the students there are expected to have this new kind of college experience. Now, as far as the reaction to the censorship news as it's been spreading, those have varied. Where you had one student group starting a petition to kick Creighton out, saying that he's unfit to serve, with that petition receiving 1,600 signatures in less than 48 hours. But then you also had conservative students, like the ones who participate in the Texas Tech chapter at Turning Point USA, all for Creighton and his new censorship method. And specifically, you had Preston Parsons, the local chapter president of TPUSA, saying, Mr. Creighton is bringing ideological balance to a sector that is overwhelmingly liberal. He asked, is it necessarily a bad thing that we have universities that sit a little different on different issues? And there you have Parsons referencing that long
they're called Christian universities, you dumb fuck.
Standing debate about colleges being too woke and creating a culture that caters to progressive students. A subject that if you've ever taken a peek at pretty much any right-wing content, far-right pundits are endlessly vocal about it.
The reality is that success in American life should not be reliant on receiving a credential from a top university where basically you learn to speak woke, where you learn how to put pronouns in your Twitter bio.
Also, a thing I'll say that's interesting about Creighton, the guy who's spearheading the operation, he is a former state lawmaker. And it just so happens that he was recently behind some of Texas's most consequential legislation affecting higher education. He actually wrote the bill enacted last year that gives the state more power over curriculum and limits the role that faculty members play in governing universities. And then in 2024, he wrote the bill that abolished DEI offices in Texas's public universities. And so Creighton's part of a larger trend that we're seeing with Republican lawmakers that are inserting themselves in higher education spaces to forcibly change the culture and decide what students can and cannot learn about. In fact, at least 7 college presidents in Florida, they're former Republican lawmakers. And then over in Virginia, former Governor Glenn Youngkin appointed a bunch of Republican donors and activists to public college and university boards just to put pressure on faculty who do not fall in line with conservative priorities. Moves that you've had many saying that's glaring hypocrisy, saying they're calling out universities for being too one-sided and then just switching them over to the opposite side. But then also putting at least left versus right politics aside, right? Everything is politics. Creighton specifically, he's also been shouting from the rooftops that AI will completely change the future future of higher ed for a while now. And there, at least regarding the broader issue, I will say he is not wrong. We know that AI is getting more capable by the day, whether that be for positive or negative reasons. And it seems inevitable that you're going to see more of the technology integrated everywhere, including university programs. And in fact, you're already seeing that, not just at Texas Tech. You also have Morgan State University building its own AI system for grading assignments and advising. Texas A&M and 4 other institutions, they're using virtual reality simulations for students to practice teaching with AI-generated student avatars. Georgia Tech has a virtual teaching assistant, Jill Watson, that handles Q&A sessions and classes. And then there's even talk of AI being used in school for progressive purposes, where there was a study with 5 nonprofits that culminated in the hybrid advising playbook, which offers guidance to combine AI and human advising to create more equitable support systems. And the nonprofits explored using AI to improve advising with a focus on Black and Latino student outcomes. So I guess all of that is to say, in addition to the core Texas Tech piece that is very concerning for a number of reasons, this kind of technology is also moving so fast right now that it feels almost impossible to predict what the AI is going to look like in schools and in the world in the next 5, 10, 20 years from now. Right? Whether it be things like Creighton starting an AI-assisted college censorship trend that continues to grow, or does it spark a ton of backlash and we then see a different kind of pendulum swing, and where does it land from there? Time will tell, and of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your reactions. And then there's more that we got to dive into in just a minute, but first, 2 things. 1, if you haven't already, hit us with a like button. It helps keep us in your feed. 2, if you're new here, definitely hit that subscribe button. I got daily news dives. And 3, I'll be right back after a quick word from a sponsor. Here's a mildly terrifying question. Are you building the career you want, or just getting better at the job you already have? Right? Because it's easy to spend all day answering emails, finishing projects, and putting out fires, and then realize you haven't stopped to ask, what am I working toward? And that's where today's sponsor, Strawberry.me, can help. Strawberry.me connects you with a real career coach who helps you figure out your next move and create a plan to make it happen. And one of the hardest things about your career is being objective when you're living it every day. You might not realize you're ready for a bigger role, that your skills could transfer somewhere else, or that there are opportunities that you haven't even considered. But a career coach gives you an outside perspective, asks the right questions, and helps turn vague goals into next steps. And whether you're looking for a promotion, negotiating a raise, switching careers, or just figuring out what's next, having a professional in your corner can make a huge difference. And it's not about someone telling you what to do, it's about having someone help you make better, more confident decisions. So, hey, make the move and scan that QR code, or go to strawberry.me/DeFranco to get 50% off your first session. That's strawberry.me/DeFranco, because sometimes moving forward,
like the pay, like I'm not paid for that, so yeah, let's make sure that all right. So the Gandalf thing is hilarious. I can only
wizard hats, fake beards, and a sign saying, "You shall not pass." And online, you've had them both called Citizens Gandalf and Gandalfs of the South. And while it seems like they haven't spoken out about the protest or what led to it yet, people are connecting it to Thiel's growing financial interests in Argentina. Thiel's one of the richest people in the world, partly because he's the
Then what's with the Gandalfs?
co-founder of one of the biggest Big Brother companies out there right now, Palantir. And so that also then gives you an idea why the protesters came in Gandalf costumes, because the name Palantir comes from the Seeing Stones in Lord of the Rings. And if you haven't seen it yet, which, how dare you? Long story short, the bad guy uses them to see and manipulate people from far away. And Gandalf's the good guy trying to stop all that. You get it or you don't. I'm not going to explain nerd stuff to non-nerds. But with all that, Thiel also recently
explain nerd stuff to non-nerds.
Made a $76 million investment into Vista Energy, which is an oil company
That's a
operating in
lose-lose
Argentina.
for
You've got
everybody.
people saying that he's also been cuddling up to their right-wing president as well. And it appears that he started planting roots there after realizing how much they had in common. With the Times noting that they both have an aversion to taxes, socialism, and wokeness. And so while right now we don't know the protesters' specific motives yet, you've got reports noting that this could all be to set the tone around what we'll see if more wealthy tech bros start taking all their money and influence to Argentina. But then from Argentina, we jump back to the United States for news, because you have Minnesota AG Keith Ellison suing Texas Governor Greg Abbott to get custody of a former ICE agent before he escapes across the border. Potentially. Because this guy, Christian Castro, was working for ICE in Minneapolis back in January when he apparently shot a man in the leg after claiming it. This guy and someone that he was with
the
tried to
shovel
assault
case.
him and the other officers.
Yeah, we
then,
watched
when
that
footage from that
protest.
night eventually came out, we found out that he and the other officers were lying under oath. So by May, he was behind bars in Texas, and he's been there ever since. And so you've had Minnesota officials requesting extradition paperwork for him, worried that when he gets released next week, that he could escape across the border before they get a hold of him. But that, as Governor Abbott, hasn't budged, because he's waiting on Minnesota to, quote, step up and address their fraud problem, which has also been a big narrative and push.
Now we're doing this, where we're gonna try and strong arm other states into doing shit for extradition.
Trump administration.
Get fucked.
And you have Abbott saying,
God, Greg Abbott, you know what?
He'll ignore their request, quote,
Holy
until
crap.
they do what's right and acknowledge their fault in the fraud that took place and the fraud they committed. Minnesota officials saying that a refusal like this is extremely rare, if not unprecedented, and adding that this is not supposed to be controversial. And all of that, as you have it looking like the only thing that's actually keeping Castro in jail right now, or while all of this plays out, is that their lawsuit includes a restraining order to keep the Cameron County Sheriff's Office from letting him go. But if that doesn't work out in their favor, who knows where the situation goes. And last up today, and actually...
Yeah, they're probably just gonna fucking let him go. I mean, that's kind of where that... points. What, you're really gonna ignore that? Damn. No, it won't start anything between the states. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like, dude, I've been saying this. If they want to play these games, at what point do we, as the sanctuary city that they want to punish, start punishing them by taking our money and keeping it, like, here? And we don't put it into any of, like, the federal pool or any of that. Like, we keep all of our tax dollars as a state. What would happen? I don't know. I woke up late as shit today, and I'm out of jokes. That happens, man. I don't know. I've been having a long week. This has not been my best, like, joke week. Now, passionate feelings and observations have definitely saved me. Doing a little less time has saved me. You know, I'm not sure if you noticed. I didn't do a 10-hour stream. And I will not be doing so tonight. And also no late night with Pep. Going to be taking a little bit of time just for myself, so I don't burn out. I'm starting to feel it. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of felt it on Monday, and it has nothing to do with you guys. It has nothing to do. It's just literally just a lot going on. So yeah, it has nothing to do with like the news really as much either. It's just, yeah, I need to rest. Excuse me. Gross. Oh man, that was a good hit though. I have to take a crap talks. Or wait, I have to crap talks with myself. Poop talks, not crap talks. Poop talks. Wish that algo wasn't so brutal. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. I don't know what to tell you. And it's not even the algo. It's the fact that YouTube just be on some BS when that happens. I just hate the fact that, yeah, they don't do anything about it. They're just like, yeah, whatever. No, I know you're kidding. I know you're kidding. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, just gonna do a shorter show today. If I even do my show tomorrow, it's going to be one where, you know, I end it around midnight. Because if I do my show tomorrow, I will just go from this space into my show. And then Friday, we got a show. And then, yeah, I'm going to take the weekend. I'm going to try and do the thing that I always promise. I'm going to try and release some content coming up. So, yeah, hopefully I'll be able to finally get that out. Panel show tomorrow. Yeah, I'm on an awesome panel show called The Space Station on This Space. If you don't know what This Space is, it's a awesome channel where we all do essentially volunteer streams or we offer up our content for syndication to help a broader cause of trying to spread the leftist message. There we go. We're astronauts. Yeah, we are. Because we're high as hell. That's how that works. How you going? All right. I'll stand and say goodbye for the evening. I'm just gonna, I gotta actually wrap up here. So, we're getting close to the mark. So, first things first though, I do want to raid this space. So let's make sure that you guys do that. I have to reset this every time now. Ugh. That is beyond annoying. Okay, cool. Bye, Stan. Hi, Stan. He's back. He wants me to go upstairs with him. All right, buddy. We're saying goodbye. Alrighty. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Alrighty. No matter what, I'll see you guys on this space tomorrow. And yes, I will likely be doing my show. But all right, guys. Enough of this Midwestern goodbye crap. I'll see you later. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talks. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.